Merci, Monsieur le Président. O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot, in all of us command, car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Que l'on ouvre les portes. Let the doors be opened. Statements by members, déclaration de députés. The Honourable Member for Oakville North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May is Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Sexual violence continues to be under-recognized within the criminal justice system and has increased significantly during the pandemic. May is a month for us to bring awareness to the realities of sexual violence within our communities and to recognize that certain communities are disproportionately more impacted by sexual violence than others, in particular Indigenous women. I want to thank Savas Halton, who educate our community on the realities of sexual violence while providing direct support and resources to survivors in Halton. Last week, I was pleased to see Bill C-3 receive royal assent to provide education to judges on sexual assault and social contexts. I'd like to give special thanks to Connor Lewis from my office, who has worked on this bill since 2017. Today and every day, I send my support to all survivors as we continue to advocate for the end of sexual violence in all forms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to recognize the community work of Rosie Burkowski from my riding of Edmonton West. At the start of COVID, Rosie formed the Hamptons and surrounding areas COVID-19 support group with the help of local volunteers that she calls her Angels. Rosie and her Angels support isolated and quarantined seniors and families in need with care packages of food, cleaning supply, pet care, and more. The Angels have since expanded to the entire Edmonton region. Health and home care providers can even refer their clients to the Angels for assistance. To date, Rosie and her Angels have helped over 1,000 families and individuals with Christmas hampers, senior care bags, Easter meals, and Mother's Day dinners, and more. With the help of Angels and local donors like Cobbs West Granville, all care packages are provided 100% from donations. To Rosie and her Angels, thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
I am pleased to call attention to Canada's Mining Week. In 2019, the sector created 719,000 direct and indirect jobs throughout the country. 16,000 of those were among Indigenous people. This sector contributed nearly $71 billion to Canada's GDP. The industry is also a world leader for environmental practices, innovation, and clean technology that will ensure our low-carbon future.
We're committed to the mining industry. That's why we invested $365 million to extend the mineral tax exploration tax credit, $36.5 million to advance our battery mineral processing and refinery expertise, and $9.6 million to create a critical battery mineral center of excellence. I ask all honourable members to join me in celebrating National Mining Week and recognize the importance of Canada's mineral industry.
L'honorable député de Thérèse de Blainville.
Monsieur le Président, aujourd'hui 12 mai.
Mr. Speaker, May 12th marks International Nurses' Day. And this year, I think I don't need to provide a broad and lengthy explanation of why we owe them our thanks. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, thank you to these women, for the most part, and to the men who put their health at risk every day of the pandemic to care for those who are ill. Thank you for taking on so many hours of work week after week on the front line against COVID-19. Thank you for saving thousands of lives. And thank you for being there with humanity and with dignity to accompany those who left this world without being able to be surrounded by their loved ones. Quebec has a duty to remember your commitment, your courage, and your great solicitude throughout this historic health crisis. Respect and gratitude.
L'honorable député d'Orléans.
Monsieur le Président, cette semaine...
Mr. Speaker, this is Nursing Week during this International Week for Nurses. I want to thank those in Orleans and throughout Canada for their hard work and their sacrifices, not only this week, but every day of the year. Thank you for continuing to play an essential role in fighting COVID-19. Thank you for always answering the call of your community to preserve our well-being and health. I invite all members of the House to join me in recognizing their work, especially that done over the last year. My message to nurses today is a simple one. You are champions. Thank you.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Later this afternoon, we have the final vote on my private member's Bill C-208. The purpose of this bill is straightforward. It'll level the playing field by giving families the exact same tax treatment when they transfer their business or operation to their children as if they transferred it to a stranger. It'll result in more locally owned and operated businesses, the type of businesses that are deeply involved in their communities and provide steady employment for countless individuals. Bill C-208 sends a message of hope to young farmers who want to carry on what their families started. No longer will parents have to be given a false choice of having to choose between a larger retirement package by selling to a stranger or a massive tax bill because they sold to a family member, their own child, or grandchild. I urge all members to vote in favor of C-208 and bring tax fairness to the Income Tax Act for all qualifying small businesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I want to wish every mother across Canada a happy belated Mother's Day. We know women and specifically caregivers and mothers have been hard hit by this pandemic, and we must make sure that Canada's economic recovery pulls women up. Canada's competitive edge depends on women being able to participate fully and equally in the economy, and that's why Budget 2021 prioritizes investing an additional $146 million to expand the women entrepreneurship strategy, a commitment to strengthen gender and racial diversity in corporate governance, and announcing an historic investment in childcare. Our plan will reduce the cost of childcare by $10 a day by 2026 and provide every child the best start in life and every parent an opportunity to excel in the workforce and realize their full potential. I know that investments like these will make a real and lasting difference in the lives of women in Brampton North.
The honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I have always understood, respected, and held a great appreciation for those who work behind the scenes at every level of government, but nonetheless put in an endless effort to ensure government in our country functions day in and day out. We recognize that with the contributions of our constituency office staff, our staff in Ottawa, as well as the many talented individuals available to us from the different departments throughout government, this great nation continues to thrive based on the values established by past generations. I proudly take this opportunity to express my heartfelt appreciation to all those who work tirelessly with all of us to ensure the residents, businesses, organizations, and municipalities within our country's borders are well taken care of. Your efforts do not go unnoticed, and neither has your commitment to the well-being of our country during this time of exceptional challenges. Your efforts have strengthened the future health and prosperity of Canada, and you should be forever proud of what your accomplishments during this historic times. To my team, Dan, Ashley, Seema, Gail, Anna, Sarah, Doug, Julie, and Greg, thank you. You continue to make a difference in the lives of many. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, it's a sad day for Canada. Through this government's willful ignorance, we are facing yet another crisis in the Western Canadian oil and gas sector with the shutdown of Line 5. Tens of thousands of men and women are concerned about their ability to provide for their families. This government knew back in 2018 that action needed to be taken when Governor Whitmer campaigned and was elected on the promise to shut down Line 5 once and for all. Since then, she sought a legal order to halt the flow of oil and gas through the pipeline by today, May 12th, calling it an unreasonable risk for the Great Lakes. Once again, this Prime Minister shows his refusal to act on any Western Canadian issue that is critical until it reaches the crisis point, if at all. I cannot help but think maybe a negative outcome is what the Liberals truly want when they reimagined Canada. They are hoping that Governor Whitmer will be re-elected in 2022 to see her promise fulfilled. Why? Because that would also help this Prime Minister fulfill his promise to phase out the Western Canadian oil and gas sector.
Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Working alongside Canadians from day one, our government has been there to support real people and businesses throughout this pandemic, and we will continue to be there until the coronavirus is behind us. We created programs like the Canada Emergency Response Program that financially supported approximately 9 million people, and the wage subsidy program for small businesses, which kept millions of people working, not to mention businesses that would have closed permanently or even gone bankrupt. We provided support in the form of direct payments to seniors and people with disabilities. We increased support for our youth. The government supported nonprofit organizations who in turn supported Canadians. As a national government, we supported other levels of government, whether it was Indigenous provinces, municipalities, or our school boards. As today, we have received over 20 million doses of vaccine. We are getting closer to the new normal because as Canadians, we came together to battle the coronavirus.
L'honorable député de Mégantic-l'Érable.
Il est minuit pour la ligne 5 d'Enbridge et le gouvernement...
It's almost midnight for Line 5, and the government's waited until 1 minute to midnight to act. Slow to do everything, whether it has to do with the pandemic or protecting jobs. That's the trademark for this Prime Minister, who's slow to act for Canadians. He waited until the last minute for Liberals to take this issue seriously. This is going to cost Quebecers dearly, especially thousands of workers in Suncor in Montreal and in Lévis. Line 5 will be closed today by the Governor of Michigan. This provides 2/3 of refined oil for Quebec. Hundreds of technicians, engineers, and other workers could be laid off. Quebec will be deprived of the fuel it needs. It's midnight, and the Liberal government is still unable to guarantee that Enbridge's Line 5 won't be shut down.
Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, today is the day that Governor Whitmer has ordered Enbridge Line 5 to be shut down. Yesterday, chambers of commerce in Canada and the U.S., our government, trade unions, and affected states filed briefs of support in the court case to show support for keeping the line open. Independent studies show that at least 33,000 jobs will be impacted in both countries if Line 5 is shut down, 23,000 of those in my riding of Sarnia-Lambton. $21 billion in economic damage would result. For all the Liberal government's many words to insist they'll do everything diplomatically, legally, and politically to keep Line 5 open, I'm concerned that they waited until the last possible moment to file a brief of support. I call on the Prime Minister to elevate the importance of Line 5 in his discussions with President Biden. Hopefully, a mediated solution will be accepted to support the project that will put the pipeline below the bedrock encased in a tunnel so that we can protect the many people across the states and provinces that are worried about their jobs.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
While the Liberals say they want a HoC recovery, yet they were silent when Pacific Gateway became a federal quarantine hotel, and 140 of the long-term workers were terminated. Nearly two-thirds of them are immigrant women. Hilton Metrotown has locked out its workers and terminated 97 workers. The majority of them are racialized women. A feminist government would not tolerate the firing of women to replace them for less. Yet this is happening across the country, from Metro Vancouver to Ottawa. Management wants to roll back these long-term workers' wages to minimum wages, cut their health and pension benefits, and eliminate severance. Unite Here has launched the Unequal Women campaign to bring attention to this disgraceful practice. These women are not disposable. We should not tolerate any hotel firing of women to replace them for less. They should not be allowed to receive government support if they treat their workers in this despicable way. I'm calling on the government to intervene to ensure hotel employers.
Le député de la Prairie.
Monsieur le Président, le 24.
Mr. Speaker, on May 24th, Quebec will celebrate National Patriots Day. This year, we will pay a special tribute to a great patriot with natural leadership skills. A politician whose instincts and rigor no one really saw coming. A man who was told he was crazy to leave a respectable media career to become a political party leader, and who quickly made his mark by spreading his vision of a proud, French-speaking country, thriving on clean energy and green innovation in all four corners of its regions. A man who defends Quebec every time he rises to speak, and also does so with pride. I'm talking about my leader, the member for Belay-Chambly. On May 24th, he will be honored with the Louis-Joseph Papineau Award by the Rassemblement pour un pays souverain. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois and the entire sovereigntist movement, I want to salute his hard work for the development of our nation and his unwavering commitment for Quebec's sovereignty. Thank you.
Member for Portage-Lisker.
Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute with gratitude to a highly respected parliamentarian, a loyal conservative, and a dear friend, the remarkable Diane Finley. For the past 17 years, Diane has served her constituents of Haldimand, Norfolk, her party, and her country in this place with honor. Diane was former Prime Minister Stephen Harper's go-to person on tough files. Whether negotiating with tobacco farmers, reforming EI, military procurement, or G7 and G20 lead during the Great Recession, Diane got the job done. She served as Minister of Human Resources and Social Development, Minister of Citizenship and Immigration, and Minister of Public Works and Government Services. And not because it was 2015, Mr. Speaker, but because she's among the best of the best. But Diane is more than an incredibly competent woman. She is kind, thoughtful, and wise, and she has mentored many of us, especially conservative women, over the years. And what you might not know about Diane is she's also a very talented interior decorator, amazing cook, and although a proud Scotswoman, she loves her Greek food. Diane, I know one thing you'll miss about Ottawa is your favorite Greek restaurant, Mystico. But I hope you'll also miss many of your colleagues, because we're sure going to miss you. And we know you will continue to be there for our conservative movement and our country for many years to come. I know Doug is smiling on you right now, Diane, and we all wish you the very best and Godspeed in the next chapter of your life. We love you, Diane.
The honourable member for Don Valley North.
Mr. Speaker, May is Asian Heritage Month in Canada, a time for all Canadians to come together to recognize the contributions of Asian Canadians in building our great country. From the early pioneer generation who helped connect Canada from coast to coast by rail, to those on the front line fighting COVID-19 today, the Asian Canadian community has contributed enormously to the development and the prosperity of Canada. In my riding of Don Valley North, I'm grateful for the amazing work being done by Asian Canadian organizations dedicated to serve all Canadians, such as Hong Fook, Yi Hong, CEAS, Formosa Evergreen Senior Center, Love Toronto Korean Canadian Community Services, and of course, our frontline heroes putting their lives on the line every day to keep our loved ones safe. This Asian Heritage Month, I call on Canadians to come together to combat anti-Asian racism and discrimination in all forms. Because, like the Prime Minister put it many times in the past, a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. Thank you.
Oral questions. Question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has moved more goalposts than a minor hockey referee when it comes to Canada's vaccine plan. His 1-dose summer, 2-dose fall started with a 0-dose winter, and that's why we're in a disastrous third wave. How much longer will the pandemic be in Canada because of this government's continued vaccine failures?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from November of last year onwards, we talked about 6 million doses in time for the end of March. Well, we actually got to 9.5 million doses. By the end of June, we will have 50 million doses, and by September, we will have enough doses to vaccinate all adults, everyone who wants it across this country completely. We are moving forward, but we encourage everyone to get vaccinated as quickly as possible and drive down cases in your communities so we can have a 1-dose summer and a 2-dose fall.
Before we go to the next question, I want to remind all the members joining us from home to make sure that their microphones are muted. We don't want to interrupt with what's going on, and we want to hear all the questions and all the answers. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
What the Prime Minister neglected to say is he wanted the first dose to actually come from China, and his original plan was with CanSino. That fell apart, Mr. Speaker. Now Canadians are waiting on the longest second dose period in the world, and the disastrous communication from this minister, from the Prime Minister, from NACI, from all of them, is leading to more vaccine hesitancy. And now the Prime Minister's comments are suggesting, let's have lockdowns until fall and Thanksgiving, Mr. Speaker. Enough. How much longer will this pandemic be in Canada because of this Prime Minister's failure to secure vaccines earlier?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning of this pandemic, we worked with partners around the world to secure a large portfolio of potential vaccines coming to Canada, and that is bearing fruit with 4 different approved and safe vaccines in this country and millions of doses arriving every single week. We know that the path towards a better summer is to get that first dose and to drive down cases. We're going to have a better summer. We're going to have an even better fall because I see Canadians stepping up every single day to do the right thing for themselves and their families and get vaccinated.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that's the first time the Prime Minister has acknowledged his attempts to partner with Communist China on a vaccine. We lost months because of his partnering on this portfolio. That's why they were so late. And let's see how we partnered with the developed world, because the only way the Prime Minister made his so-called targets, Mr. Speaker, was stealing from COVAX, stealing from the developed world that Canada usually helps. So I'll ask the Prime Minister, since he admitted it today, why possibly, when they're holding our citizens hostage, stealing our intellectual property, why did the Prime Minister choose a CanSino partnership for his doses for Canadians?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that is simply not true. We signed 7 vaccine contracts with vaccine makers from around the world. Not one of them was from China. We moved forward on delivering vaccine doses as of December. We were among the first countries to start receiving doses, and we are now in the top 3 of the G7 countries in terms of doses for our citizens. We will continue to deliver for Canadians. We will continue to work with the provinces and territories to make sure Canadians are kept safe and we get through this in the right way.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask again, because the Prime Minister knows Canadians are in a tough third wave. Provinces are in lockdowns and restrictions because we don't have vaccines like the US and the UK do. There's a new answer just delivered to the Prime Minister, so maybe it contains the details on why he decided, in the midst of a global pandemic that originated in Wuhan, he wanted to partner with a state-owned Chinese enterprise to get us vaccines. That initial decision is why we have the third wave.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the level of misinformation and disinformation coming from the Conservatives should really concern all Canadians. We reached out as of last spring, Mr. Speaker, to look for any and all sources of vaccines for Canadians. We suspended any engagement with the Chinese CanSino when we saw it wasn't going to deliver, and that's why we have secured deals with Pfizer, with Moderna, with AstraZeneca, with Novavax, and others to deliver vaccines for Canadians. This is what we've moved forward with every single day. We have delivered to keep Canadians safe.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister said a 1-dose summer and a 2-dose fall. It's a nice slogan, but there's still no action, particularly after a partnership with a Chinese company. How much time will the pandemic affect Canada because of the poor management of this government? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, 50,000 doses will arrive in Canada before the end of June, and this means that everyone will be able to get vaccinated with at least 1 dose in Canada. And this will allow us, if we lower cases of COVID and COVID is under control across the country, well, this will allow us to have barbecues with our friends and do a bit more this summer. We will still have to be careful, but we'll also be able to get vaccinated with a 2nd dose to have a fall. We'll be able to get even more back to normal. So we're going to do this together. I trust Canadians, and we're going to continue to be there for them. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Prime Minister we discussed whether we would have a pandemic election, and he answered no. But I read almost all the comments from all the analysts, and no one believes that. No one. And this may create an opportunity. I have a suggestion. The process to get a consensus, I propose to organize a private meeting with whoever he would like. It could involve all the leaders of the parties. We could get into a room, reach a consensus, and there's no gag order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we've shown since the beginning of this pandemic that we're here to work with the opposition parties and to deliver for Canadians, and that's exactly what we're doing. Our emphasis and our priority is to continue to deliver vaccines and to continue to provide support to families, workers, and small businesses. We're going to continue to operate in this House. And if the opposition parties are there to work, well, unfortunately, the Bloc voted against twice, in favor of elections a few weeks ago. They don't have confidence in this House, and they're the ones that are interested in an election. We're not interested in one. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. The Prime Minister should have the wisdom to identify opportunities and to continue to seek consensus. I would like to organize a meeting for a discussion with whoever he would like. It could be the party leaders, if everyone agrees, and we could study the content of legislation and find a consensus and then apply it in a process. And this would avoid a gag order, and we could arrive at a democratic solution. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for months we have been putting forward this legislation for safe pandemic elections, and we were very happy to be able to study this at committee so that all parties can reflect on this. No one wants a pandemic election, but if ever this House did trigger an election because the opposition parties voted against a government bill, well, elections would have to be conducted safely. In recent months, Mr. Speaker, the opposition parties have voted 14 times against us and in favour of an election, and we're going to be there to deliver for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
To the long-term care home crisis in Ontario and Quebec has revealed additional shocking details. Many of the people that died in long-term care didn't die because of COVID-19. They died because of neglect. They were dehydrated and malnourished. Despite knowing this, this Prime Minister has yet to take action on bringing in national standards or a commitment to removing profit from long-term care. What will it take for this Prime Minister to take concrete action to save lives in long-term care?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Only the NDP would consider that $3 billion in budget 2021 towards long-term care would be not enough or not action. People living in long-term care deserve safe, quality care and to be treated with dignity. This pandemic has shown us that there are systemic issues affecting long-term care homes across Canada. That's why we invested that $3 billion to create standards for long-term care and make permanent changes. We will continue working with our partners to protect our loved ones in long-term care right across the country.
Well, member for Burnaby South.
Only the Liberals and this Prime Minister would think that their actions are sufficient. People are still dying in long-term care. It is still clear that there's neglect that's ongoing, and it is still clear that there are no national standards in place to protect seniors and residents of long-term care. And certainly, this government has failed to do something as basic as make a commitment to remove profit from long-term care, starting with Rivera. So again, I ask, when will this Prime Minister take concrete action to save lives in long-term care?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the situation facing residents in long-term care across the country is absolutely deplorable. We've seen far too many lives lost because of unacceptable situations, and that is why, as a federal government, we have stepped up in working with the provinces and territories for whom it is their jurisdiction to send them supports, to work with them to create standards so that every senior right across the country can be properly protected and retire and live in safety and dignity. That's something that we know, but it's also something we understand is the lead of the provinces.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, to grow trust during a pandemic, the Prime Minister has to tell the Canadians the truth. There was a rather surprising statement. He talked about a one-dose summer. What does that mean? One dose is enough? We need 2 doses. One dose obviously is not enough. It's not a success, it's a failure. What is that Prime Minister going to do to ensure that Canadians will have 2 doses this summer? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of this pandemic, on this side of the House, we are following science and the recommendations, and scientists and doctors have clearly said that when 75% of the population has had a first dose, and when that COVID-19 cases are under control across the country, we'll be able to do a few things more, such as barbecues with friends. There will be improvements in restrictions this summer, and if and only if people take their doses and cases are under control. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. An incomplete vaccination is not a success, it's a failure. It takes 2 doses, but the Prime Minister cannot deliver for this. We remember what did the Premier do first? Prime Minister do first? He had an agreement with China, and nothing panned out. In January and February, there were 10 days with no vaccine deliveries. And that is why we're in this 3rd wave now. We're missing vaccines because the Prime Minister dragged his heels. So what is he going to do to make sure we have enough, so we have 2nd doses this summer? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning, we said that everyone would have their full vaccinations, both doses, by September. And with the vaccines we're receiving now, 50,000 doses for our population by the end of June. It means that many people will not only have their first dose, but they'll have a 2nd dose as well. And throughout the summer, people will be able to receive their 2nd dose so that when we're in September, we'll be able to reopen with a 2-dose fall. And that is what our plan is. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. So opening in September, he said that we'd have a 2nd dose by then. In Europe, they're opening up things right now, and our neighbors in the U.S. can attend rallies and sporting events. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want to have access to vaccines, and the Prime Minister said that everyone would be vaccinated by September, but he didn't deliver the goods. what he's going to do in coming weeks and months to make sure that Canadians will have access to 2 doses by this summer. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for months and months, we've clearly said that all Canadians who want to will be able to be fully vaccinated by the end of September. And based on the figures we're seeing, we'll even be able to see things before the beginning of September. And we know we all have to do our share. And it's sad to see the Conservatives once again misleading Canadians. We're going to have full vaccines by September, and we're going to have everyone to be able to have 1 dose by the end of June, and we're going to get through this together if people get vaccinated.
For Kildone and St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the question on many Canadians' minds is when will they become fully vaccinated? So by what date will enough vaccine doses arrive to Canada so that every Canadian who wants one will become fully vaccinated?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have been saying since last year that everyone in Canada who wants to will be fully vaccinated by the month of September. It is very possible that we are able to do that even ahead because we are doing so well on vaccine deliveries. We will continue ensuring that people can get vaccinated as quickly as possible because for a 1-dose summer and a 2-dose fall, everyone needs to roll up their sleeves and get their shot.
The Honourable Member for Kildone and St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the federal government has presided over the delivery of unclear and changing advice on the AstraZeneca vaccine, and there have been really supply problems with the company that the federal government has not addressed, and now some provinces have stopped the utilization of this vaccine altogether. So for Canadians who have received 1 dose of AstraZeneca, what happens to them now? Should they be getting a 2nd dose of AstraZeneca? Will they be able to, or should they be getting 2 doses of Pfizer or Moderna, or will there be some sort of mix or combination of vaccines? It's been really unclear from this Liberal government what are the steps forward for AstraZeneca. So I would ask for clarity from the Prime Minister on this.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for absolute clarity, every vaccine approved in Canada by Health Canada is safe and effective. And Canadians who got any dose of any vaccines have been doing their part to reduce cases. It is a good thing moving forward. Scientists and health officials are leaning in carefully on what the next steps are and what the best recommendations are going forward. And we will ensure that they work closely with provincial health officers on delivery of the doses that are needed for Canadians in the coming months.
The Honourable Member for Kildone and St. Paul.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the Prime Minister is refuting what the provinces of Alberta and Ontario have announced with AstraZeneca, but it's, again, really not clear. So I'm just going to ask him again for clarity concerning the provincial response and what he said and his advisors have told Canadians. Again, will folks who've received the 1st dose of AstraZeneca, like himself, will they be able to receive a 2nd dose of AstraZeneca, or will they be receiving 2 doses of Pfizer or Moderna? Are they going to be getting some combination? Like, it's been very unclear from the get-go on this vaccine. So I'm just going to ask again from the Prime Minister for some clarity on the AstraZeneca vaccine.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that politicians should be delivering health advice, but the best advice that I have heard from my doctor and others is that people who've received 1 dose of AstraZeneca can very well get a 2nd and should very well get a 2nd dose of AstraZeneca. As recommendations change, as people are looking at different courses and options around the world, we will have more data and continue to update people on the recommended path forward. But I can assure everyone that those of you like me, like the Leader of the Opposition and other party leaders who got AstraZeneca, did the right thing and will continue to be well cared for in the ways forward.
The Honourable Member for Shepford. Mr. Speaker, since 2018, allegations of sexual misconduct have been circulating about General Vance. The Defence Minister was aware of the existence and of the nature of these allegations since 2018. Yet, General Vance has faced no investigation or consequences. Not only did he retain his position without any questions for 3 years, he even received a pay raise on top of that. Will the Prime Minister confirm that the Minister of Defence never saw fit to inform him about the existence of allegations against the highest-ranking military officer, the Right Honourable Prime Minister? Mr. Speaker, the committee heard many witnesses, including nonpartisan public servants, that said details from the allegations were unknown. The secretary said that they had no investigation about the nature of the complaint, and others witnessed saying that they had no details. They conducted the investigation as far as possible, but we have to create a system where people can come forward. The honourable member for Shepford. Mr. Speaker, 3 times in 2015, 2019, and 2021, the Prime Minister asked the Minister of Defence to, and I quote, work with the senior leadership of the Canadian Armed Forces to establish a harassment-free workplace. 3 times. Not only did the minister not do that, but he even hid the existence of sexual misconduct allegations against the military's most senior officer. But he did not only fulfill his mandate, he went against it. How can the Prime Minister still have confidence in his Minister of Defence? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in Budget 2021, we put forth more than $265 million for gender-based violence in the Canadian Armed Forces. This will help survivors, and it'll allow us to establish new surveillance mechanisms that are external. This is the work we've already done, so we can work on a long-term strategy to eliminate sexual harassment and support victims. We also recently appointed Louise Arbour to conduct an investigation into sexual misconduct, and the General Carignan will also be involved.
Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to carry on with a line of questions my colleague just asked. The Prime Minister received his first dose of the AstraZeneca vaccine. Will he be getting a second dose of the AstraZeneca vaccine, 2 doses of Pfizer or Moderna, or 1 dose of Pfizer or Moderna in the future? Which one will it be?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for Nose Hill for her questions about my well-being. Let me assure her that I talked to my doctor just last week. He recommended that I indeed get a second dose of AstraZeneca in the coming weeks or months when it becomes available, when my turn comes up in the month of Ontario, in the province of Ontario. That is what I am focused on doing. I know there are questions being asked around the world about the data that involves mixing and matching doses. There are no recommendations around that yet, but I know scientists are leaning in carefully to see if it may be the right option for many people.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Is the Prime Minister and the government recommending that people who received the first dose of AstraZeneca get a second dose of AstraZeneca with that comment he just made, or is he advising them to contact their doctor?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The Prime Minister and the government don't make health recommendations. That's not my job. My job is I shared, for example, what the member asked, what advice I personally got from my doctor. I certainly encourage all Canadians to talk to their doctors, who will then be informed by experts and doctors both in their jurisdictions, in their provinces and territories, and by the national guidance from NACI and from Health Canada. That is the best way to move forward. Don't take recommendations from politicians, particularly not Conservatives. Take recommendations from your doctors and the experts.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, the experts are the regulators at Health Canada and NACI, which both report into the government or the Prime Minister. So the Prime Minister just stood up in the House and said that he would be getting a second dose of AstraZeneca based on his doctor's advice. Based on the experts in Health Canada and NACI that report into him, would he stand by that advice?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I highlighted that I spoke with my doctor, and he said that he is expecting that in the coming weeks, whenever that comes up, I would get a second dose of AstraZeneca. He will, and others will, of course, be following the updated guidance that I'm sure will continue to evolve from recommendations by experts on what the right path forward is. But Canadians need to be reassured that every step of the way, their health and safety is at the forefront of all recommendations, and every vaccine distributed in Canada is approved by Health Canada because it's safe and effective.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Again, Health Canada and NACI report into the government, the Prime Minister. he would have access to their advice. He has access to a family physician's advice, which many Canadians do not. So I'm wondering if he can tell Canadians who, like him, received the first dose of AstraZeneca two things. If they should be waiting for supply to get a second dose of AstraZeneca based on what Health Canada and NACI said, and whether or not AstraZeneca ever plans to deliver a dose of vaccine to Canada, but particularly should they be waiting to get their first dose of AstraZeneca, as his family physician advised.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, vaccines are rolling out across this country right now. We will have received 50 million doses of vaccines by the end of June. We will continue to make recommendations. We will continue to see Health Canada, NACI, and provincial deciders making recommendations about how and when all Canadians can get vaccinated. But I will take this moment to thank everyone who stepped up and got a first dose of vaccines, congratulate those many who've already received their 2 doses of vaccines, and encourage everyone else to get vaccinated as soon as possible so we can have a much better summer.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
À Montréal était déjà un grand.
Mr. Speaker, the pandemic has further undermined the situation of housing in Canada. Is the Prime Minister aware of how the cost of rents and housing in general has increased in the last few years? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that for many Canadians, housing costs are unaffordable, and that is why we have invested so much in the area in our last budget. And also for several years, for example, with our national housing strategy, where we invested initially $40 billion, which has now gone up to $70 billion. We are fighting homelessness. We have offered the rapid housing strategy, where we are collaborating with municipalities. We are partnering with the provinces and territories, because we know that this is an important crisis for many, many families. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Mr. Speaker, the answer to my question is that rents have seen the biggest annual increase since 2003. And home prices have gone up by up to 23%. This is a terrible situation. Why wouldn't the Prime Minister create a tax on excess profits and use that money to invest in creating immediate, affordable housing? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we're doing. We have invested billions of dollars throughout the country to immediately build housing. We have signed agreements with the municipalities and community organizations, as well as the provinces and territories, to deliver in the housing sector, and we will continue to do so. With regard to taxes on the wealthy, the first thing we did was to increase taxes on the wealthiest, and we lowered taxes on the middle class. Unfortunately, the NDP voted against that.
In the West. The Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, this week is National Nurses Week. Nurses across Canada have made tremendous sacrifices to keep us safe and protected from COVID-19, and we thank them for their dedication, commitment, and compassion. As a proud registered nurse myself, I've seen those sacrifices firsthand while working alongside incredible nurses in long-term care hard hit in the first wave in Brampton, and now on the other side by vaccinating as many Canadians as possible. Will the Prime Minister join me and all Canadians in recognizing the fundamental role of nurses during this pandemic and beyond?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to begin by thanking the member for Brampton West for her unwavering dedication to her community as both an MP and a nurse. Nurses are the backbone of Canada's healthcare system. They've helped us through every aspect of this pandemic, from the emergency room to the ICU, from vaccination clinics to public health units, from long-term care to mental health services. This year has been incredibly challenging for healthcare workers, and we owe nurses deep gratitude for their heroic efforts fighting COVID-19 on the front lines. To all nurses in Canada, thank you. We are grateful for your service.
L'honorable député de Richmond.
The Honourable Member for Richmond North Basca. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Heritage recently published a tweet in which he implied that public opinion is being manipulated by a misinformation campaign, and that all those who have concerns about Bill C-10 and the Liberals' attack on One moment, please. I'd like to interrupt the honourable member. I'd like to ask the honourable member to start over because there seems to be a discussion here in the House and it's actually a problem for me. I want to hear the whole question. And I would also like to be able to hear the answer. The honourable member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Heritage tweeted a comment where he said that public opinion was being manipulated by a misinformation campaign and that all those who have concerns about Bill C-10 and the Liberals' attack on freedom of expression might be conspiracy theorists. So I have a simple question for the Prime Minister. Does he agree with his Minister of Heritage? Yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect us to support our artists, creators, our cultural sector. We know how concerning it is to see the web giants have more and more power and not support the Canadian cultural industry. And that is why I was so pleased by the unanimous support of the National Assembly of Quebec for this bill. We know that this bill is not an attack on freedom of expression. On the contrary, it's a way to support our artists, and that's what we want on this side of the House. The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, we all agree that we need to support the cultural sector. MPs in all parties agree on that. But my question for the Prime Minister was simple. Are people who care about freedom of expression, are they crackpots, conspiracy theorists, people who are trying to spread misinformation? Does the Prime Minister really think that the concerns of Canadians, analysts, experts, professors, and all those who have come out against this bill, does he really think that all of these people are part of a huge conspiracy theory, as his Heritage Minister has seemed to imply? Does he agree with that? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I understand that the member for Richmond North Athabasca is facing a difficult situation because Quebecers and all Canadians remember very clearly the Conservative government's attacks several years ago, their attacks on culture and artists throughout the country. And now we're seeing them once again stand against artists and our content creators. We're watching them once again take the side of the web giants. And that must be sad for my Conservative colleague for Quebec. We will continue to defend freedom of expression and our artists. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, we have a Prime Minister who can't seem to answer a simple question, so I will give him a clear example. There are 2 artists in my riding who have more than 500,000 followers on YouTube, and they share their creations with people throughout the world. In fact, that's how they make a living. With the amended Bill C-10, the CRTC would have the authority to regulate the content of their YouTube, because the minister has said that they might be considered a broadcaster. Does the Prime Minister agree with his minister's vision, yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'd like to reassure my colleague as well as producers of Canadian content, for example, the artist in his riding. I would say that any user of a social network will never be considered a broadcaster under this legislation. Legislation that applies to the web giants will not apply to Canadian users. The amendments to Bill C-10 would greatly limit the powers of the regulators on users of social media and clearly exempts individuals from any form of regulation. So my question, Mr. Speaker, is when will the Conservatives finally support the cultural sector? The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. The problem, Mr. Speaker, is that the Prime Minister doesn't seem to have read the bill. The content of the bill doesn't match what the Prime Minister is saying, and also what he's saying doesn't match what the Minister's been saying. Now, the artists like those in my riding that I mentioned are everywhere in Canada, and they are not part of any organization. They are fully Canadian. So with these amendments to Bill C-10, the Minister of Heritage is giving himself the authority to regulate influencers, artists, politicians, or any other user who shares content on social media. Can the Prime Minister tell us whether he really agrees with what the Heritage Minister is doing here with C-10? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, that is simply not true. Freedom of expression is explicitly protected by this legislation as well as by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It is non-negotiable, and we will continue to respect that right. The Conservatives are deliberately misleading Canadians. They are holding up the study of this important legislation, and they are standing with web giants against Canadian creators. It's very upsetting. The honourable member for Avignon-Lamitié-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, nearly a third of travelers are getting an exemption from hotel quarantines. Of course, there have to be some exceptions to the quarantines, for example, for essential workers. But nearly a third, that's a lot. And the problem is that Health Canada seems unable to explain which travelers are exempted and why. What will the Prime Minister do to correct the lack of transparency? What will he do to deal with the situation? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we closed our borders to almost all travelers more than a year ago. We limited traveling severely, and it's worked. Today, there are less than 5% the amount of trips as there were before the beginning of these measures. And we have taken many further measures, such as tests upon arrival, mandatory quarantine, follow-ups, and all sorts of other measures. We will continue to do everything we can to make sure that Canadians remain safe. The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitié-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, the tests that travellers have to take at the end of their quarantine are also being mismanaged. The Prime Minister mandated a private company, Switch Health, to manage these tests. That's the only company that the Prime Minister have authorized to administer these tests, but the company is unable to offer services in French, and also it is unable to serve remote regions. So the result is that people are having to spend a month in quarantine while waiting for the company. Switch Health doesn't work for Quebec. When will the Prime Minister replace it? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that there are issues with a certain company that was delivering these services. We are working with the company, and we are also investigating further solutions because we need all Canadians to be properly served and, of course, served in the official language of their choice. That is essential, and we will continue to work hard to ensure that that is the case.
Member for Lethbridge.
Online content that a Canadian creates in Canada is Canadian content, period. For the Liberal government to dictate which posts are visible and which ones are hidden based on some absurd rating of Canadianness is ridiculous. A TikTok dance, well, that's an 8 out of 10 in Canadianness, bump it up. Facebook post, 4 out of 10, bump it down. A tweet that promotes Liberal values, 10 out of 10, front page. If the Prime Minister genuinely wants to promote Canadian culture, why won't he let Canadians determine what that is?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Bill C-10 aims to level the playing field between creators and web giants. It requires big foreign streamers to provide information on their revenues in Canada, financially contribute to Canadian stories and music, and make it easier for individuals to discover our culture. The bill explicitly says that obligations apply to web giants only, not Canadian users. Web giants have gone unrelated for far too long. Our government has chosen to act.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Experts are saying otherwise. Canadian culture should be determined by the Canadian people, not the government. To censor online content based on a narrow definition of Canadianness is an attack on the artists that this Prime Minister claims he supports. But don't take my word for it. Shirley Joseph is an advocate for Black content creators. She says the definition of, quote, Canadian content discriminates against Black creators, and Bill C-10 will actually prevent them from being able to leverage their voice. Interesting. Doesn't sound like an attack on web giants. Will the Prime Minister finally give up on this unwanted internet czar campaign and back off?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, protecting Canadian content, supporting Canadian artists is a long-standing way that we do things in Canada and have done things extraordinarily successfully. The requirements of broadcasters, whether it's television stations or radio stations to promote Canadian artists is one of the things that has made the Canadian music scene, the Canadian teleproduction scene extremely successful in a world of increased encroachment by Hollywood. This is something that we need to extend to the web as things go increasingly digital, and these measures that apply to web giants and not Canadians is the right way.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, 88,000 travelers managed to skip out on the government's border measures. That's like a city the size of Peterborough. The government doesn't know if they quarantined at home or if they all received ministerial exemptions. Every variant of concern, Mr. Speaker, spreading in this community, the dangerous ones, all of them originated from outside of Canada. How much longer will this pandemic be in Canada because of this government's continued failure to manage our border?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've all heard the exact same concerns from the Conservative Premier of Ontario, who the Leader of the Opposition is continuing to support and enhance in his messages. The reality is, I offered to the Premier of Ontario last week to tell me which passengers, which travellers he wanted to limit into Ontario. Is it international students? Is it temporary foreign workers? Is it essential workers? Is it compassionate categories? These are all categories we established with the Government of Ontario. They just need to get back to us to tell us which categories they want to shut down. We're still waiting, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Monsieur le Président, nous avons entendu.
Mr. Speaker, all year we have heard how severely the air sector has been affected. Workers, regional routes, and airports throughout the country have been severely affected by the pandemic. Can the Prime Minister inform this House about the measures taken by the government to support airports like Halifax Airport to ensure that the airline sector can recover from the pandemic? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Halifax West for this important question and his hard work. We know that workers in the aviation sector have been carrying out essential work during this pandemic. We are very proud to announce 2 new funding programs. Nearly $490 million for the Airport Critical Infrastructure Program and nearly $65 million for the Airport Relief Fund. These funds will help airports to undertake infrastructure projects and maintain employment and operations.
Millions of hours of Canadian content is uploaded onto the internet by Canadians every single month. But now the Prime Minister wants to pass a bill that would allow his Canadiana czar to determine what is Canadian enough. That czar will be able to manipulate algorithms to decide what people see when they open up their various online platforms. So this czar is going to have so much power. Can the Prime Minister tell us who, in fact, this czar will be?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, Conservatives demonstrate that they have no understanding and no appreciation of the Canadian cultural industry. The thousands upon thousands of jobs created by Canadian productions, the work done by Canadian YouTubers, the work done by Canadian musical artists and producers. These are the things that we are supporting in determining, in forcing web giants to recognize and support Canadian content. Once again, Conservatives don't line themselves up with content creators or Canadians. They pick fights and look for conspiracy theories.
That's right. Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, I guess he'll have to censor this debate out of the record if he says it is misinformation, Mr. Speaker. It comes down to who decides. Who decides what Canadian content will be promoted? Even the Toronto Star ran this headline today. Canadian content creators feel left in the dark as Ottawa hits pause on proposed new internet law. They are worried that the regulation this government is bringing in will disadvantage entrepreneurial artists who are uploading their content online. So will the Prime Minister tell them who this information czar will be?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Bill C-10 aims to level the playing field between creators and web giants. It requires big foreign streamers to provide information on the revenues in Canada, financially contribute to Canadian stories and music, and make it easier for individuals to discover our culture. The bill explicitly says that obligations apply to web giants only, not Canadian users. Web giants have gone unregulated for far too long, and our government has chosen to act.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Well, the Prime Minister got off message and got back onto his script. I congratulate him for that. Now he wants all Canadians to get on his script by giving an information czar over at the CRTC the power to decide what Canadians see and what they don't see. And that the problem here, Mr. Speaker, is that who decides? We believe Canadians as consumers and producers of content should be allowed to decide for themselves. He believes that a government czar should decide for them. Even his minister let the cat out of the bag on that on television over the weekend. So will the Prime Minister give us the name of this information czar?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for decades, Canadian content has been protected and promoted by rules that the CRTC enforces around radio stations playing more Canadian music so as to support the Canadian music industry, of TV stations being able to, needing to put forward Canadian content to create opportunities for Canadian actors, screenwriters, directors, and crew to develop Canadian content. With the move towards a digital world, we need to make sure that streamers such as Netflix and YouTube are subject to the same requirements to support Canadian content creation. That's exactly what we're moving forward with.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, public transit is at the heart of a clean, inclusive recovery that starts our economy and creates good jobs. From construction workers to transit drivers to workers on assembly lines to the small business owners supporting these projects. Tens of thousands of jobs are created when we invest in public transit. Investing in public transit supports Canadians through the pandemic, positions Canada for a strong recovery, and transforms our society for a cleaner and a better future. Can the Prime Minister please update us on our government's historic commitment to public transit in the GTA?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Scarborough Centre for her important question. People want to live and work near good public transit. It takes cars off the road, helps drive Canada to net zero emissions by 2050, and allows commuters to spend more time with their loved ones. Yesterday, we announced a historic investment for 4 shovel-ready public transit projects in the GTA, with the federal government contributing up to $10.4 billion. Our government knows that expanding public transit is essential to the future of the GTA, and we're stepping up to the plate.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Violence in East Jerusalem is deeply disturbing. Demolitions, forcefully removing Palestinians from their homes, and blocking access to important gathering spots are all violations of human rights and international laws. Instead of taking action to stop or to deal with the long-standing illegal occupations, this Prime Minister is effectively supporting the status quo and going as far as to sell weapons to Israel. By arming one side of the conflict, it is undermining the peace process and it is supporting the illegal occupation. So will the Prime Minister commit to stopping the sale of arms to Israel while they are violating international human rights?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are following the situation with grave concern. We call on all parties to end the violence, de-escalate tensions, protect civilians, and uphold international law. Rocket attacks against Israel are completely unacceptable, and Canada supports Israel's right to assure its own security. Violence at Al-Aqsa is also unacceptable. Places of worship are for people to gather peacefully and should never be sites of violence. We're also gravely concerned by continued expansion of settlements and evictions. Canada supports a two-state solution, and we urge all parties to renew their commitment to peace and security.
That's all the time we have for question period today. We have a point of order. L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During question period, the fourth question of the member for Richmond Arthabaska, the Prime Minister said the Conservatives are deliberately misleading Canadians. I don't agree with this statement. I'm sure that the Prime Minister recognizes that he cannot say this in the chamber. I invite him to do what he should do, which is to rise and withdraw what he said. One moment, please.
For Kingston and the Islands is rising on a point of order.
It'll be up to you to decide whether or not there is an actual breach of the rules. If that's what the member is suggesting, he should actually suggest that. He's not. Other than that, this is not a point of order, Mr. Speaker. It's actually an item of debate.
L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. I just quote the Prime Minister. And the Prime Minister said that the Conservative deliberately misinformed the Canadians. Les conservateurs induisent...
The Conservatives are deliberately misleading Canadians. That is exactly what he said. We cannot, in this chamber, deliberately mislead people or claim that colleagues are deliberately misleading. It's written in the rules, and so I invite the member to do what he should, which is to rise and withdraw what he said, which is what the Minister of Canadian Heritage did just a few days ago, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, to hear the Conservatives accusing this side of the House of lying and misleading, I've been sitting here every day since January, and I hear it every day during question period. This is clearly not a point of order.
I see the Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent getting up again. I will have to go back and check. I'll just cut it right here. I'll go back and take a look at the transcripts and come back to the House with a ruling, if that's okay. It's turning into a debate, and that's not the whole idea. A point of order is looking at the rules and making sure that the rules were followed. I think we're done. It being 3:12, I'm just going to call order for a moment. I'm sure everybody wants to hear what I'm about to say, because if you could keep having that conversation, you'll miss this important information. It being 3:12, pursuant to an order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-208 under private members' business. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
La question.
The question is the following one.
Seconded by Ms. Jansen. Moved that Bill C-208, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, transfer of small business or family farm or fishing corporation, be now read a third time and do pass. La période de...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Maguire. We'll now proceed to the members participating in person. All those on my left in favor of the motion, please stand.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Que tous ceux à ma gauche.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
Abstain, abstain. Que tous ceux à ma droite.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended.
Due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand functions, and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Speaker, just confirming that my vote yes was counted.
It was counted as a yes. Ms. Jacek.
I wish to confirm that my vote was nay, against.
Confirmed as nay. Madame Lambropoulos.
Yes, the voting system flagged my picture as unrecognizable. Was my vote counted?
It was counted as nay.
Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Bagnall? Oh, okay.
Sorry, I think my vote was counted.
It was counted as nay? Monsieur Polievre?
I vote for.
For?
It's no. Mr. Poliev, pour.
Okay. Mr. Viersen?
I vote for.
Mr. Viersen, pour.
Mr. Falk?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I just want to make sure that my vote was recorded as a yay.
It was counted as a yay.
Good. Congratulations.
Mr. Harder, or sorry, Ms. Harder.
Mr. Speaker, I voted using the app, but I didn't receive an email confirmation. That
I'm sorry, Ms. Harder, can you put your headset on? I can't hear what you're saying. It's distant. It's very, or just close to the microphone anyways.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I voted using the app, but I didn't receive an email confirmation. I'm wanting to confirm that I vote yes.
Yes, you did vote yay. Thank you.
Thank you.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 199, 199. Nays contre 128, 128.
I declare the motion carried. Conformément à l'ordre adopté le lundi 25 janvier.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-220 under private members' business.
The question is the following one. Mr. General, seconded by Mr. Brassard, move that Bill C-220, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, bereavement leave, be now read a third time and do pass. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés.
The 10-minute voting period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those to my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Que tous ceux à ma droite qui appuient la...
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
All those on my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Que tous ceux à ma droite qui s'opposent.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter,
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Mr. Poilievre. Mr. Poilievre, I believe your camera's off.
For.
Oh.
Mr. Poilievre.
I vote for.
Mr. Sweet.
The app said I voted yes, but it said I should also check with you, Mr. Speaker.
All is in order. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Monsef.
I vote in favor.
It was registered as in favor. Thank you. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 332, 332. Nays contre 0, aucun.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of a deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading of Stage Bill 210 under private members' business. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one.
Seconded by Ms. Rood, moved that Bill C-210, an act to amend the Canada Revenue Agency Act, organ and tissue donors, be now read a third time and do pass. La période de 10 minutes pour...
The 10-minute voting period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Que tous ceux...
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
Que tous ceux...
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
La Chambre...
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Poilievre.
Camera's not on again.
Oh, it's on.
4.
Mr. Poilievre, 4 pour.
Mr. Lobb.
4.
Mr. Lobb, 4 pour.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 331, 331. Nays contre 0, aucun.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the 5th report of the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology. The question is the following. Monsieur Poilievre, appuyé par Monsieur.
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moved that the 5th report of the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology, presented on Friday, March 26, 2021, be concurred in.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the voting for members participating in person. Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion...
All those who support the motion will please rise.
Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Monsieur Thérien.
Monsieur Thérien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended. Si les députés n'ont
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Polièvre.
Four.
Mr. Poilievre, 4 pour.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 179, 179. Nays contre 152, 152.
I declare the motion carried. Thank you. Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-253 under private members' business.
The question is the following one. Ms. Gill, seconded by Ms. Chabot, moved that Bill C-253, an act to amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act and the Companies Creditor Arrangement Act, pension plans and group insurance plans, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology.
La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
We will now start with the sponsor of the item. Nous commencerons maintenant avec...
We'll now start with the sponsor of the item.
Madame Gill.
Ms. Gill.
Madame Gill.
Nous procéderons maintenant.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Que tous ceux à ma gauche.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
Que tous ceux à ma droite.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended. Si des députés.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Mr. Poilievre.
4.
Mr. Poilievre, 4 pour.
Monsieur Robillard. Monsieur Robillard? Vous êtes en sourdine?
You're on mute, perhaps?
Oui, alors j'avais changé mon vote pour contre.
I changed my vote to again.
Comme contre, oui.
It is recorded as nay.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Oui, je veux m'assurer que mon vote a été compté.
I wanted to make sure my vote was counted.
Oui. Vous avez voté contre.
You voted nay.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 189, 189. Nays contre 139, 139.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Oui, merci, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table in both official languages the fifth report from the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, with respect to BC 206, an act to amend the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, qualifying farming fuel. The committee studied this bill and decided to report to the House with amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've got the honour of tabling a petition signed by many Canadians, drawing the attention of parliamentarians to the fact that at one time the Government of Canada used to issue a Canadian Volunteer Service Medal to recognize Canadians who served voluntarily for a minimum of 18 months of uninterrupted service in the Canadian Forces. Since the cessation of that medal in 1947, that was quite a while ago, there has not been any formal medal to recognize certain of Canada's veterans that have served honorably since the end of World War II, including Cold War veterans and those that provided volunteer service periods of not less than 18 months, and in some cases are even serving honorably today. The creation of a Canadian Forces Service Medal would restore the dignity, inclusivity, and recognition of all of our veterans and troops who have honorably served in the Canadian Forces since the end of World War II. So these petitioners are calling upon the Government of Canada to recognize the service by Canadians in the regular forces, reserve military forces, and others who've taken the oath and sworn to defend our nation and who've completed 18 months of uninterrupted honorable duty in the service of their country since September 2nd of 1945 to the present day and in perpetuity by creating, designating, and issuing a new Canadian Military Service Medal. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise virtually today to table e-petition 3032, though this is something I would rather not have to be doing. E-3032 has been signed by citizens from across the country who are concerned about the federal government's failure to stop the cruel practice of long-term solitary confinement, a practice that is not only harmful to those subjected to it, but also undermines the rule of law and violates the Charter. The signatories are calling on the Government of Canada to take several actions, including, among other things, putting an immediate end to the use of prolonged solitary confinement, establishing a commission of inquiry to examine solitary confinement to ensure that prisoners' rights are safeguarded and to promote transformational change in the culture of Correctional Services Canada regarding its use, and funding legal aid for federal prisoners to ensure access to legal counsel. Just this week, we've heard further evidence that federal inmates who are placed in so-called structured intervention units are still being subjected to prolonged solitary confinement, which is defined as torture by the United Nations. I look forward to a timely and fulsome government response to this important petition.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to table this petition initiated by constituents in Nanaimo Ladysmith. Petitioners are deeply concerned about the BC government failing to follow through on an expert report and an election promise to protect British Columbia's endangered old-growth forests from logging. They're calling upon the government to work with the provinces and the First Nations to immediately halt logging of endangered old-growth ecosystems, fund the long-term protection of old-growth ecosystems as a priority for Canada's Climate Action Plan and reconciliation with Indigenous people, support value-added forestry initiatives in partnership with First Nations to ensure Canada's forestry industry is sustainable and based on the harvesting of second and third growth forests, ban the export of raw logs and maximize resource use for local jobs, and ban the use of whole trees for wood pellet biofuel production. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have 4 petitions to present today. The first petition is in anticipation of Falun Dafa Day, 29th Falun Dafa Day happening tomorrow Petitioners highlight the persecution of Falun Dafa practitioners, and they call for a stronger response from the Government of Canada, including they're calling for the use of targeted sanctions, Magnitsky sanctions, against those responsible for the persecution of Falun Dafa practitioners. I note that Anthony Blinken, Secretary of State in the United States, just announced the sanctioning of a senior official involved in the persecution of Falun Dafa practitioners. And while we somberly seek justice and accountability for people involved in this persecution, I do want to wish everyone who's celebrating tomorrow a happy Falun Dafa Day. Madam Speaker, the remaining 3 petitions, the first one is with respect to Bill C6, the government's legislation on conversion therapy. Petitioners support efforts to ban conversion therapy, but are asking the government to fix the definition, to revise the language in the bill to ensure that we're actually banning conversion therapy and not creating unintended consequences that really are unrelated to the stated purpose of the bill. Petitioners want the government to support reasonable amendments along those lines that ban conversion therapy and also don't criminalize private conversations that are unrelated. The third petition I'm tabling is with respect to Bill S-204, a bill that would make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ without consent. Petitioners want the government to support the passage of Bill S-204 as quickly as possible. The bill has already passed the Senate and is currently before the House. It is an identical form to Bill S-240, which passed the House unanimously in the last Parliament. The fourth and final petition is on the human rights and humanitarian situation in the Tigray region of Ethiopia. Petitioners are calling on the Canadian government to engage to a greater extent in response to those events, to support investigations into atrocity crimes, as well as to support humanitarian access and to be engaged in a sustained way with the Ethiopian and Eritrean governments, as well as other stakeholders that are involved. And this is an issue, Madam Speaker, that I know members are hearing about in growing numbers as concern grows about the situation in Tigray and other parts of Ethiopia. I commend all of these petitions to your consideration. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I'm presenting a petition signed by Canadians who are concerned about the definition of conversion therapy in Bill C6. The concern is that the broad definition misapplies the label of conversion therapy to a range of practices that include receiving counsel from parents or other trusted authority figures. The petitioners outline that a clear call to ban coercive, degrading practices that are designed to change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity. They also want to ensure that no laws discriminate against Canadians by limiting the services they can receive based on their sexual orientation or gender identity. Additionally, they call on the House of Commons to allow free and open conversations about sexuality and sexual behavior. They call on legislators to avoid criminalizing professional and religious counseling voluntarily requested and consented to by Canadians. These are issues that can and should be addressed. I encourage members to work together to fix the definition of conversion therapy in Bill C6. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
So, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. So ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, Government Bills Commons, consideration at report stage of Bill C-15, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act.
Alors, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
South Glengarry, taxation. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona, government programs, and the Honourable Member for Calgary Midnapore, airline industry. Debate. Oh, sorry. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 66 minutes. Comme il n'y a aucune motion à l'étape du rapport.
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage.
By Ms. Anand, moves that Bill C-15, an act respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as amended, be concurred in that report stage. Si un député d'un parti reconnu présent en Chambre des...
If a member of a recognized party present at the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would believe if you seek it, you'll find that this carries on division.
On division? Agreed? There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. C'est ça? Piece. Monsieur Damery, seconded by Ms. Anand, moves that Bill C-15, an act respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Minister of the Attorney of Justice and Attorney General. Oh.
I would remind the Minister to ensure that his mic is lowered in order to facilitate interpretation.
Honorable Ministre a le droit de la parole en ce moment?
The Honourable Minister. Can the Minister hear me?
Oui, Madame. Oui, Madame.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I hadn't planned to speak. But that said, I support this bill, and in fact, I could speak on it for days if necessary.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
There seems to be a technical issue in the screen, so I will send my apologies to the Minister at this point. We're just going to fix the screen here, and I understand that the Honourable Minister wasn't the one that was first up to speak. So we'll just fix the screen. Okay. Okay, so I think I'll go back. We'll start all over. Resuming debate. So debate on this is the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
One moment, please. There's a point of order. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, I am just a bit confused about the process. The Minister did rise. He did speak during debate. I have questions for him. Was he not recognized? Because it seemed he rose, he was recognized, he spoke, and then he concluded his remarks, albeit briefly.
So there was, does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Government House Leader will allow me to speak, or does he want to have a point of order at this point?
No, I think you would probably be able to handle this.
Well, I greatly appreciate that. So, to the point of order for the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, there was a confusion that was there was a typing error on the screen. The Honourable Member Minister and the Honourable Minister was actually there to propose the motion, and so it was really. Technical problem at this end, and I recognize the wrong member of Parliament that was to speak, and it's actually the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations that had the right to speak, but there was some confusion because of the technical issue that there was on the screen. I trust that the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan is satisfied with that response. I'll let him come back to me.
Madam Speaker, just on that point of order as well, I'm not going to press the point. If the Minister doesn't wish to speak, that's fine. But I do think it's important to note in the process of your ruling that the right to speak is not invested in the screen or in the list. The right to speak is dependent on an individual rising, seeking the acknowledgement of the chair, and receiving the acknowledgement of the chair. So whatever was or wasn't on the screen, it is a question of whether or not ministers seek recognition, wish to speak, and whether or not they are recognized. So it seems the minister did not intend to speak, and I don't want to press this point in this particular case, but I hope it is continuing to be the practice that it is not the screen by which members come to be recognized, but it is whether or not they're recognized by the chair, regardless of what lists have been provided.
Yes, and again, I said that there was a technical issue on the screen itself. I personally will also take responsibility for that because the Honourable Minister did not have his hand up. I just saw that he was sitting on the screen, which is what I see right now. Because of the virtual technical situation that we're in, I can actually see you and I can actually see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Minister did indicate that he wasn't actually planning to speak on this. Unfortunately, I recognized him. So it was an error on my part, and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary did step in to indicate that he was the one that was supposed to speak, that had his hand up. So I trust that satisfies the Honourable Member. Perfect. The Honourable for Kingston and the Island wants to add to that. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan is satisfied with the clarification that I have provided him.
All I was going to say, Madam Speaker, is that the indication that you're standing in the House is the equivalent to raising your hand in Zoom, which the Minister didn't do, and you indicated that. Thank you.
Perfect. L'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
L'honorable. Yes, I know. I said that the Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. I'm sorry, I was confused. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, I greatly respect the Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle, and I think we all recognize that this has been a technical issue, a matter of human error. And although we disagree with this bill, we do recognize the importance of this bill for First Nations, so we would like to proceed. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to begin by acknowledging that Canada's Parliament is located on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin people, and I'm speaking to you currently from my riding of Scarborough-Rouge Park, the traditional lands of many Indigenous nations, most recently of the Mississaugas of the Credit. I want to acknowledge the work of the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations in getting us to this point. And I'd note that the Minister of Justice has spoken on C-15 extensively over the last several months in Parliament, in committee, at the Senate, and so on. So I do want to acknowledge.
I have to interrupt. There seems to be, the Honourable Member, there seems to be someone who has their mic on. I just want to remind individuals, if they don't want to hear their private conversations being heard when they're not supposed to be, they should have their mics off. And it really impacts the House of Commons and the speakers when those mics are left on. So again, out of respect for members in the House of Commons, please have your mics off virtually if you're not up to speak. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, I do apologize for that interruption.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It has been more than 13 years since the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples was adopted by the United Nations General Assembly. It's been 5 years this week since the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations attended the United Nations to announce that Canada is now a full supporter without qualification of the Declaration and affirmed Canada's commitment to adopt and implement this international human rights document in accordance with the Canadian Constitution. The introduction of C-15 last December fulfilled our government's commitment to introduce legislation by the end of 2020 to implement the declaration, establishing former private members' bill C-262 as the floor rather than the ceiling. And I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the leadership of former Member of Parliament and my dear friend, Romeo Saganash. I want to take this opportunity to thank him for his work in Parliament and across the country with Indigenous peoples and communities to advance his private member's bill C-262 to implement the declaration right here in Canada. It was very disappointing that the bill 262 died on the order paper, unable to make it through the Senate process before the last federal election. I therefore urge all parliamentarians today to ensure that this does not happen again to Bill C-15. The declaration is a result of decades of tireless efforts, negotiation, and sustained advocacy at the United Nations by inspiring Indigenous leaders from around the world, including many from Canada. From Dr. Willie Littlechild to former NDP MP Romeo Sagnash to Sakej Henderson and so many others, Canadian Indigenous leaders played an instrumental role in the development of this historic international human rights document. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission stated that the declaration charts a path for reconciliation to flourish in 21st century Canada. And the TRC Call to Action 43 calls on all levels of government to fully adopt and implement this declaration. The National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls called on governments to immediately implement and fully comply with the declaration. The declaration is of critical importance to Indigenous peoples across Canada, and its implementation is essential to our shared journey toward reconciliation. It is long past time the Parliament of Canada passes legislation to implement the principles set out in the declaration. Once passed, Bill C-15 will affirm the declaration as a universal international human rights instrument with application in Canadian law and provide a framework for the Government of Canada's implementation of the declaration. This framework would establish new accountability for the Government of Canada to work with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples to find new ways to protect, promote, and uphold the human rights of Indigenous peoples across Canada. This legislative framework will further demonstrate Canada's continued commitment to uphold the rights of Indigenous peoples now and in the future. It will also bring further clarity to the path forward for Indigenous peoples, communities, industry, and all Canadians. Once passed by Parliament, the legislation will create new requirements for the Government of Canada to, in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples, to take all necessary measures to ensure that the laws of Canada are consistent with the Declaration and prepare and implement an action plan to achieve the objectives of the Declaration. Moving forward, the laws of Canada would be required to reflect the standards set out in the Declaration while also respecting Aboriginal and treaty rights recognized and affirmed in the Constitution. The legislation will require the Government of Canada to report annually to Parliament on progress made to align the laws of Canada with the Declaration and on the development and implementation of the action plan. This approach is consistent with the Declaration itself, which in Article 38 calls on states to collaborate with Indigenous peoples on appropriate measures, including legislative measures to achieve the goals set out in the Declaration. We acknowledge that some have expressed concern with the length and time for consultation on Bill C-15. It is important to recognize that PMB C-262, the foundation of this legislation, was also the subject of extensive parliamentary debate and study in the previous Parliament. Despite an accelerated engagement process for C-15, even during the pandemic, the bill's additions to the foundation of C-262 reflect the content requested by a wide cross-section of First Nation, Inuit, and Métis partners from coast to coast to coast. In total, over 70 virtual sessions took place, hearing the views of over 462 participants about potential enhancements to a consultation draft of legislative text based on former private members' bill C-262. Between June and November of 2020, the government held 33 bilateral sessions with the AFN, ITK, and MNC involving extensive technical discussions on the content of Bill C-15. Nitan Obad, the president of the Inuit Taprit Katanami, the National Indigenous Representative Organization for Inuit in Canada, told the Senate Committee on Aboriginal Peoples last Friday, and I quote, "We have worked positively and constructively with the federal government on the development of Bill C-15 within a relatively short time frame. I want to thank the Department of Justice and the Minister of Justice for ensuring the co-development happened within this particular piece of legislation, and also the government's willingness to be flexible and consider amendments throughout the process. Last fall, the government also undertook an extensive 6-week broader engagement with a wide cross-section of Indigenous partners on the development of the draft legislation through a series of virtual sessions. This engagement included modern treaty and self-governing First Nations, Inuit regions, other rights holders, national and regional women's organizations, youth, LGBTQ representatives, as well as some non-Indigenous stakeholders. More specifically, Madam Speaker, 28 engagement sessions were held with rights holders, modern treaty partners, other national, regional organizations, including women's organizations. 4 industry-specific roundtables were held with key sectors, minerals and metals, clean energy, forestry, and petroleum sectors, also including Indigenous participation. 5 sessions were held with provinces and territories, including 2 ministerial meetings. Some of these meetings also included Indigenous experts and leaders. There was also a roundtable with Indigenous youth from the Assembly of First Nations, Inuit, Taprit, Kanatami, and Métis National Council, Canadian Roots Exchange, and university law students. In addition, we received over 50 written submissions providing feedback and proposed text changes, including views and recommendations on the development of an action plan. An extensive, quote, "what we learned" document is available on the Department of Justice website, which outlines the extensive feedback the government received throughout the engagement process. The extensive engagement with Indigenous partners and others led to key enhancements from former private members Bill C-262 to be included in Bill C-15. Bill C-15 has new language in the preamble, including highlight the positive contributions the Declaration can make to reconciliation, healing, and peace, as well as harmonious and cooperative relations in Canada. It recognizes the inherent rights of Indigenous peoples. It reflects the importance of respecting treaties and agreements, and it highlights the connection between the Declaration and sustainable development. And finally, it emphasizes the need to take diversity of Indigenous peoples into account in implementing the legislation. A purpose clause has been included to address application of the Declaration in Canadian law and to affirm the legislation as a framework for new federal implementation of the Declaration. C-15 has clear and more robust provisions on the process of developing and tabling the action plan and annual reports. It has a provision to allow the Governor and Council to designate a minister to carry out elements of the Act. These changes and additions enhance and build upon the elements set out in Bill C-262. Madam Speaker, engagement also did not stop when the bill was introduced. Since the introduction of the bill in December, extensive meetings have been held with Indigenous partners and other stakeholders. These ongoing discussions, along with an extensive study at the House of Commons Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs, have informed a number of further amendments to C-15, which passed at the House Committee. And I want to take a moment to thank the members of the Standing Committee for their hard work and cooperation in getting this bill through. The amended bill now includes the specific rejection of the racist and colonial doctrines of discovery and terra nullius in the preamble. The preamble now also clarifies that Canadian courts have stated that Aboriginal and treaty rights recognized and affirmed in Section 35 of the Constitution Act are not frozen and capable of evolution and growth. Bill C-15 now expressly includes the term racism in both the preamble and body of the legislation. Based on consensus advice from Indigenous partners, the government also agreed to amend the timeline to co-develop the action plan from 3 years to 2, a timeline we're confident is sufficient for a meaningful process and a co-development of an effective action plan. Our government is committed to meaningful co-development of Bill C-15's action plan with Indigenous partners and experts to ensure that the implementation of the legislation is effective and accountable. The bill itself sets out that the action plan must include measures to address injustices, combat prejudice, and eliminate all forms of violence, racism, and discrimination, including systemic racism and discrimination against Indigenous peoples and Indigenous elders, youth, children, women, men, persons with disabilities, and gender diverse and two-spirit persons. It must promote mutual respect and understanding as well as good relations, including through human rights education. The action plan must also include measures related to monitoring, oversight, recourse or remedy, or other accountability measures with respect to the implementation of the Declaration. We've already begun preliminary discussions with Indigenous partners on the design of the future process, and Budget 2021 provides $31.5 million over 2 years to support the action plan's co-development. Some of my conservative colleagues have framed the concept of the free, prior, and informed consent, or FPIC, as an undefined statement, and have suggested that it could be interpreted as a de facto veto for individual Indigenous communities or groups over resource development. And I note that the term veto is nowhere to be found in the draft of the text. They've tried to raise concerns that this would jeopardize the economy and bring uncertainty to the resource sector. In fact, Madam Speaker, FPIC focuses on the inclusion of voices, concerns, and opinions of all Indigenous peoples that would be affected by a proposed activity or project, and then ensuring that these concerns are addressed and that there are mitigation plans in place. I think Dr. Mary Ellen Turpel-Lafond addressed this best when she spoke to the House Committee on behalf of the Assembly of First Nations on April 13th, where she said, and I quote, "There's an element of what I would call fear-mongering about the concept of free, prior, and informed consent, that somehow that will cause economic damage and so forth. In fact, free, prior, and informed consent and operationalizing that by having industry, government, and First Nations work within appropriately early in the context of recognizing the rights provides more economic stability, certainty, and security." In conclusion, Madam Speaker, just last week, National Chief Perry Bellegarde, representing the Assembly of First Nations, spoke in favor of passing Bill C-15 at the Senate Committee on Aboriginal Peoples. And he stated, and I quote, "I urge you all to seize this historic opportunity and to play a key role in upholding and advancing the human rights of Indigenous peoples." At the same Senate committee meeting, Nathan Obed, the president of ITK, said, "We will see this piece of federal legislation as a positive contribution to the approach of human rights being applied equally to all Canadian citizens." David Chartrand, speaking for the Métis National Council, told the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs on April 15th, and I quote, "We believe that passing of this bill into law is critical to a future that respects our rights as a nation. We urge members to expedite the process of ensuring that Bill C-15 is passed in this session of Parliament. While no piece of legislation will get unanimous support from all Indigenous peoples in Canada, Bill C-15 has broad support from First Nations, Inuit, and Métis from coast to coast to coast. C-15 is about shredding our colonial past and writing the next chapter together as partners with Indigenous peoples. I therefore urge all members of the House to support this fundamental piece of legislation and to support Bill C-15. Thank you, Miigwech, and I look forward to questions from my colleagues.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 2 questions for the Parliamentary Secretary. First of all, if FPIC is not a veto, then could he concretely tell the House what will be different in terms of what is required in consultations once that principle is passed through this law? What will be different from the status quo? Because if nothing's changes, then what's the point? But if it's not changing it to a veto, then what precisely is different? That's my first question. My second question is, it seems to me that the government uses Indigenous consultation when they want to kill development projects, but they rarely consult Indigenous communities when those communities want to support projects. And in fact, we've heard from many Indigenous communities, especially in the Arctic, about how the government's unilateral ending of offshore drilling with a mere 45-minute phone call ahead of time to Indigenous leaders and an announcement made with a foreign leader really violated their expectations around consultation. So is the government prepared to reconsider their approach when it comes to blocking resource development projects that Indigenous communities want to see move forward?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the first question of veto, what this bill does is ensure there's certainty. What's different going forward is that there's a framework legislation that will ensure that consultation takes place. It's already in Canadian law in many court decisions over the years. And what this bill will do is give certainty to those principles. Secondly, in the sense of resource development with Indigenous Indigenous communities. This also allows for greater certainty. There's a need to ensure that consultation takes place. This is the notion of self-determination of the future of Indigenous people and their resources are inbuilt here. And therefore, I think there are many important elements that will ensure certainty going forward. And that's why C-15 is so important to the future relationship between Canada and Indigenous peoples.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member from Montcalm. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I also wanted to recognize our former colleague, Romeo Saganash, who worked very hard to ensure that that this cause was really heard. I mean, his main commitment politically was to defend Indigenous peoples. So I want to recognize him and say that I'm thinking of him. The Bloc has long defended this UNDRIP declaration. In fact, even before it was signed, the Bloc helped draft part of it. There was a working group on the declaration in September of 2004 in Geneva. So could the parliamentary secretary tell me, in his opinion, what is the standard definition of free, prior, and informed consent? How does it apply? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'm not sure if it's...
I couldn't hear you, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
I heard the question, but I couldn't speak.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. And I want to share in his praise of former Member of Parliament Romeo Saganash. I know this is a lifetime of work for him, and certainly in Parliament, this was his primary body of work that all of us, I think, across all parties recognize and respected. With respect to the issue of FPIC. I think what's important to recognize is that in order for developments to take place, there is a clearly defined process in Canada for consultation. What this bill does will enhance that, will ensure that communities, this doesn't mean that every single community will have a veto over every single development. What it means is that the government has an obligation, or companies have an obligation to consult extensively with all those who are impacted and to come to some consensus. And this is essentially ensuring that there's an effort by all parties to build consensus towards projects that can go forward.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend and colleague across the way for all of his tireless work prior to this Parliament and the previous Parliament to see this almost realized. I was really pleased to see Bill C-15 amended to include paragraph 18, to include the constitutional principle of the Living Tree Doctrine, which confirms Aboriginal and treaty rights evolve and grow over time. But as I mentioned in committee, I would have preferred that this amendment had been included in the operative articles of the bill as proposed by, for example, the Assembly of First Nation and the original drafter of Bill C-262. My question to my honourable friend is, would he have preferred the same? That this amendment should have been included in the operative articles of Bill C-15.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank my friend from Winnipeg Centre. It's been a pleasure working with her on C-15 and to get it to this point. What I am looking for, and I think what the government's looking for, and I think what all of us are looking for, is passage of C-15 in this Parliament. I think it's important, it's imperative that we move forward on reconciliation, as indicated in Calls to Action 43 of the TRC, as well as in many references the need to ensure that Canada adopts UNDRIP is essential, and therefore I think there's always, you can reflect and always say we could have done better here and here, but what's important is we get this bill done, and as is, the bill ensures the principles that my friend opposite mentioned is incorporated, and I believe that is a very significant move in passing the bill. So what is important for us now as Parliament is to pass C-15 as amended by the House, which has taken a great deal of effort by all members who are members of the committee.
I want to go to another question. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Perhaps the Parliamentary Secretary can conclude his thoughts from my question. I was really going to ask about the fact that, this is something that United Nations adopted many years ago. We're finally getting to this point. There have been attempts in the past. This really means something for not just Indigenous people, but for all Canadians. Can the Parliamentary Secretary comment on what he sees as the potential impact of passing this piece of legislation and why it's so important to do this as quickly as possible?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank my friend for that question, and it's a very important question because this is a call to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report. This is one of the key elements that's in there in call to action 43 that says that Canada has to implement UNDRIP. It is important for Indigenous people, but it is also vitally important for all Canadians because it is a statement it's a statement to the world that Canada respects and adheres to Indigenous rights. Very important international human rights document that we're reaffirming today through C-15. So it is very important for all in Canada to be able to move forward from our colonial past, where many Indigenous peoples have been significantly affected, to a future that is positive and based on trust and a positive relationship.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Disney, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question for the Parliamentary Secretary is actually quite simple. Dale Swampy from the National Coalition of Chiefs, whose mandate is to reduce on-reserve poverty, said, I think UNDRIP is important and significant in many ways, and I obviously support Indigenous rights. However, I'm skeptical about Bill C-15 itself. I think it needs to be written much more carefully because as drafted today, it is obvious to me that it will deter investment in Canadian resource development, and that hurts the Indigenous communities that rely on resources. The Indigenous Resource Network, the Indian Resource Council, and First Nations LNG Alliance all express similar concerns. My question from the comments of the Parliamentary Secretary, would you accuse these people of fear-mongering when they expressed reasonable concerns?
I do want to remind the member that he's to address all questions and comments to the chair, and So the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Brief.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend who is also a member of the committee for his work and contribution to C-15. And all I can say is that what's important is that there were extensive consultation in developing C-15. All the organizations that are mentioned the input was taken, whether at the committee stage or prior to that, and their input reflects what we have. It's a consensus document that the three national Indigenous organizations have supported. Many other Indigenous partners and nations have endorsed. So we're very comfortable in saying that this is a consensus document that does have wide support of Indigenous peoples.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to raise my voice and put my voice into this debate around C-15. I know that it's been the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People has been a long and arduous battle to get it passed through the UN, and I also recognize the work of Romeo Saganash, who I had the privilege of sitting on committee with in the past, and I would say developed somewhat of a friendship with him, and it was a pleasure working with him there. C-15, Bill C-15 is an interesting bill. This is a severe case of in my opinion, a lack of doing what you say and saying what you're doing. This seems to be typical of the Liberals, is that they say that they're doing something when in fact they're not, or they're doing something when in fact they say they're not doing something. And so this bill, C-15 again, is one of those, in my opinion, does just that. Conservatives typically say what they mean and mean what they say, and if we don't mean it, we don't say it. And so one thing that's really frustrating to me about this particular bill is this is new territory, uncharted territory in terms of Section 4 of this bill. So I think the crux of the bill is in Section 4. So I'm just going to read that out right here, right now. The purpose of the act is Section 4, and the purpose of the act is to A, affirm the Declaration as a universal international human rights instrument with application in Canadian law, and B, provide a framework for the Government of Canada to implement this declaration. Now, Madam Chair, what's frustrating about that is that I think that the declaration is a universal international human rights instrument, and I also think that it has application in Canadian law, with or without this bill stating that. I use the Palermo Protocol extensively, which is a UN protocol which is used to identify victims of human trafficking. The Canadian government, being a part of the UN, we can use these protocols or these declarations to validate whether our laws or not are falling inside of these frameworks. We use them as an instrument to assess Canadian law. That would be no different for UNDRIP. The same goes for the UN Declaration on the Rights of the Child. Again, we use that declaration to assess Canadian law. We take, these are the Canadian laws on the rights of children. These are the Canadian laws on the protection of children. We stack them up against the UN Declaration on the Rights of the Child and say, hey, we're abiding by, we are meeting the thresholds that are laid out in the Declaration on the Rights of the Child, or we're not. And if we're not, then we attempt to bring into alignment Canadian law. Particularly, I've been working on that around the Palermo Protocol here in Canada, putting forward bills and trying to get Canada's laws to totally align with the Palermo Protocol. We're in significant alignment, but we're not 100% there. And that's also the case that happens with UNDRIP. UNDRIP is an instrument that we can then assess against Canadian law and say, is Canada's laws, are we living up to the expectations that are laid out in UNDRIP? Are we living up to the ideals that reconciliation would bring? Nobody has a problem with that. What this bill does is unique. No other UN declaration has legislative declaration with application in Canadian law. When I asked the Justice Department officials about this at committee, they said no. They said you're correct. This is a unique thing. No other, the rights of the child, the Declaration on the Rights of the Child, does not have a legislative declaration that we're recognizing it as an instrument in Canadian law. Although it does, when you are in court arguing your case, you can bring a UN document, a UN declaration to the court and say, hey, the UN says this, therefore my particular case, this is a piece of evidence for my particular case. And so that's what I'm frustrated about, is that this particular bill doesn't change the application of UNDRIP in Canada. Some witnesses came to committee and said that this was like a Bill of Rights for Indigenous peoples. We were assured again by the Justice Department that also was not the case, that this is not granting a Bill of Rights for Indigenous people. This is a framework to develop a plan. And that is what this bill is all about. Now, if that universal human rights instrument, UNDRIP, has application in Canadian law, would it be actionable? And that was one of the things that I asked repeatedly, is can I take the government to court if they fail to meet one of the objects of the declaration. And I was once again assured that that was not the case. And so that really is like what changes with this bill. If we're stating that this is such a monumental change to the way Canadian law is happening, as the Liberals would like you to think, then what it actually changed, and that's extremely frustrating. The Liberals continue to say that we're fear mongering. Well, that also is untrue. We just want to know if the things that you are saying are in fact, if the things that the Liberals are saying are in fact true. If this is going to change the way that Canadian law operates, then what changes are those? It doesn't explicitly say that to me. It says that we're going to develop a framework. Now, the big crux of a lot of the issue that we deal with is around this FPIC, free, prior, and informed consent. And what does that mean? And that was one of the things that we continually asked about was, does the Canadian government, does our years and years of jurisprudence, the court cases that have been fought and won in this country around consultation, the duty to consult, the term duty to consult, how is that all laid out, and how would that fit into UNDRIP? I would say that we are well on our way to developing systems in Canada that fit in with UNDRIP, that come into the free, prior, and informed consent, and so there would be, as our laws develop, as our requirements to consult, as we see companies going out and consulting, I would say that we are working well on our way. And when I hold up the instrument of UNDRIP up against our free, prior, and informed consent laws and court rulings and these sorts of things, those are all things that we can consider. And this bill, all that it does is it creates uncertainty. It brings in a new element. It says that perhaps these articles of UNDRIP are now Canadian law, and so does duty to consult, does that equal free, prior, and informed consent, or does it not equal free, prior, and informed consent? We could have that debate and argument, but at this point, we just don't know. There's a lack of clarity around that, and that's what's being introduced with this bill. What is free, prior, and informed consent, and how does it relate to duty to consult? We've seen in this country that this has caused uncertainty in the marketplace. The British Columbia government has adopted UNDRIP in a similar fashion, again without clearly defining the terms, and there is now a 1% premium placed on investment in BC. There is a risk premium to doing business in BC because of that, and the markets have deemed that to be about 1%, a lack of 1% return on it, and so that's a challenge. Or if you're going to the marketplace to raise capital for your project, you're going to have to pay 1% more to bring capital into British Columbia compared to the rest of the country. And so when they say that there's no risk to this, there's no uncertainty, there obviously is. There obviously is, and that's the frustration about this. And again, I guess that this bill, I go back to that point where it's like, mean what you say and say what you mean. Is where does FPIC come up in this bill? It doesn't really come up in this bill. It comes up in the document, and this declaration having a universal application in Canadian law. What does that mean? And so we know that it is all that is doing is driving uncertainty. It's not allowing us to hold up UNDRIP as a framework or as a document for a criteria for which we should judge Canadian law, and that's continually frustrating as we go forward. We heard extensively from Canadians from across the country around this bill at committee, and it's also interesting just that the government seems to have a distinct side that they come on when it comes to consultation. you would hear them today talk about how they had extensive consultation even in the development of this bill. But I would say that initially, when we first started reaching out to folks around this, they had not been consulted on this bill. It wasn't until the bill had been introduced that then they began doing the consultations. And so by the time it reached committee, yes, some consultations had been done, and folks were giving their nod towards the bill. But up until that point, there hadn't been extensive consultation in the development of the particular bill, and that was seen in that every organization that came before us had an amendment for the bill, and that was increasingly obvious, is that all of them came forward and had amendments, even though, despite the fact that they all acknowledge that UNDRIP is a useful tool and that UNDRIP is something that they hope that Canadian law aspires to. I'm not convinced that this was something that they were all expecting when we had the implementation of UNDRIP in Canada. A plan for a plan is not the implementation, and so that's going to be more and more interesting to watch how this unfolds. We've seen at committee as well where the government amended their own legislation. That also seems to me to be a point of where the consultations weren't done appropriately on the front end. If the government had indeed consulted broadly, as they said they had, we would have seen that this bill would not have had amendments by every organization that came before it, and also that the government wouldn't have had to amend it themselves. It seems to me that there was a complete lack of consultation. And also, the other thing that I'd like to point out around this government and their consultation record is that they only seem to consult in the direction of which they want the answer. And we see this over and over again. First Nation communities in northern Alberta, many of them had stake in the Northern Gateway pipeline. We've seen how their communities were thriving off of the construction and the capital stake that many of them had in the construction of that pipeline, and yet we've seen that pipeline be canceled after the shipping ban off the West Coast, Bill C-48, and there seemed to have been no consultation with them whatsoever as to the impacts of that decision on their communities. We see today unemployment is some of the highest in Canada in northern Alberta. Why is that? Is that because the government failed to consult with First Nations and did not adequately recognize the impacts of these communities? And so again, this is an area where the government says one thing and seems to do another. Is that the idea of consultation is only important in a particular direction, or when you're trying to stall a pipeline project rather than get one built. And so that as well continues to be extremely frustrating for First Nations communities across northern Alberta. So there are still many questions left unanswered as we go forward, as the declaration, as the government continues to pursue their implementation of the declaration. We will continue to have a discussion about what does FPIC mean, because there is no clarity. Nobody has said that our duty to consult and FPIC are equal. We're even lacking a little bit as to who is the final arbiter of these decision making. I would say that the government of Canada is the final arbiter when it comes to major projects, is the final arbiter when it comes to many of these things that get brought forward, and that is important. But we don't necessarily have clarity from the government as well. We'd like to see that for sure, is when pipelines get built, when the federal laws of Canada are designed, when Parliament makes a decision, that those decisions are supreme in the country of Canada. We would like to we would like to see that clarified as we go forward. And so that's those are some of the things that folks brought to committee and said that they were concerned about. The other thing that's interesting is how does this apply between federal and provincial jurisdiction? The bill sometimes says Canadian law. Does that mean provincial law as well as federal law, or is it just federal law? We need to ensure that is clarified as we go forward, and I hope that the government is able to answer some of these questions that we have. As we see more and more folks coming out there, it's interesting that there isn't even unanimity within the First Nation communities. The Ochis First Nation in Alberta here, Treaty 6, they outright reject C-15. They said that this would undermine their position in Canada and would be opposed to it entirely. And so that was something that the government didn't seem to acknowledge, but that there was individual First Nation communities that were not in favor of C-15. The government consults with the major three national organizations, but doesn't necessarily consult with individual First Nations across the country. And that's something that I hear over and over from individual First Nations, is that the government needs to listen to individual First Nations across the country, in addition to the national organizations, because the national organizations don't always speak for all the individual bands, and so that's another major concern that we heard as well. So we're looking for clarity on a whole number of these things, and this bill doesn't do anything to clarify any of those issues. This bill is going to put us on a path forward to bring align Canadian law with UNDRIP, which is something that I'm in favor of. But that doesn't necessarily do what the government is saying, that this will be the next step forward in bringing us in line with that. It just says we're going to develop a plan to do that, and that's frustrating. I was hoping that when the government was going to move into the direction of bringing Canadian law in alignment with UNDRIP, that we would actually see some clarification saying like, hey, on point 43 of UNDRIP, here's where the Canadian law aligns with that. On FPIC, we think that the duty to consult is adequate or less than adequate measure. Here are some of the improvements that we're going to make on duty to consult to bring it in line with FPIC. FPIC means something. The government is insistent that it doesn't mean a veto. What does it mean? What does that consultation piece look like? Does the duty to consult, the jurisprudence of this area, does that still stand? And so those are some of the things that I would have expected to see in a bill that would have ushered in UNDRIP. Nonetheless, we did not see that in this bill. We've seen some less than clarifying statements in this bill. So with that, Madam Speaker, I want to thank everyone for their time, and I look forward to the questions of my colleagues.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I have a question to the member opposite. It's more of a general question. I know UNDRIP was implemented or adopted by the UN General Assembly 13 years ago. When we formed government in 2015, shortly afterwards, we had endorsed it. We had accepted and agreed to implement UNDRIP. At what point is the Conservative Party going to be formally saying that they will adopt UNDRIP, whether by legislation or other means? At what point does his party and his leader adopt UNDRIP and accept the terms of UNDRIP?
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Madam Speaker, I do believe that in 2010, the Conservative Government of Canada at the time signed on to UNRIP, recognized UNRIP as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that was useful in Canada. We called it an aspirational document, much in the same way that many UN instruments and declarations are used here in Canada. Like I referenced, the Palermo Protocol and the UN Declaration on the Rights of the Child. We have been at the forefront of reconciliation in this country with the apology for the treatment of First Nations with the residential schools, with bringing in maternal benefits or marital benefits for Indigenous women when it came to property rights. Many of these things, working hard to ensure that First Nations have full participation in the Canadian economy. I'm very proud of the work that we've done, and I look forward to continuing to bring reconciliation to this country.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for l'honorable député de Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi James Bay, Nunavik EU. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Romeo Saganash for his bill, which unfortunately died on the order paper, but it's been revived in the form of C-15, despite what the member just said. Experience shows, Madam Speaker, that the lack of consent to a project is often the cause of crises with the First Nations, and we've seen that with the Wet'suwet'en earlier. So could the member say what is problematic here? What is the problem with having resource projects done appropriately with consultation? The honourable member for Peace River, Westlock.
Oh, well, Madam Chair, that's interesting. She brings up the Wet'suwet'en people. That's an extremely interesting discussion, as the elected chiefs were entirely in favor of that particular project, and yet the hereditary chiefs were not, and yet the government chose not the elected chiefs to consult with, but the hereditary chiefs. This is exactly what we're dealing with, is like, who is to be consulted, and in what capacity are they to be consulted? Who is the representative of First Nation peoples and Inuit and Métis people? Who gets the right to decide? And many of those questions have been answered through the courts over time, with the duty to consult apparatus that we have in this country. Is it perfect? Not necessarily, but it is a start, and we're working on it. The way that the government has handled the Wet'suwet'en situation has been terrible for investment in this country, and also just for the rights of the democratically elected chiefs of the Wet'suwet'en.
Questions and comments. I remember for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And, I find it peculiar that this member holds higher standards for Indigenous people, for democracy, having every Indigenous person having to agree to pass anything. In fact, if we held the same standards, we would never have another government in Canada. But my question actually relates to international trade law. As the member is aware, according to international trade law obligations, we are obliged, it obliges us to divulge any risks to investments. He spoke a lot about investments. So when Canada fails to divulge that, for example, vast tracts of Indigenous lands that are still under dispute, aren't we negotiating free trade agreements on a lie when we don't divulge this information? And in fact, breaking the law?
Our member of Peace River, Westlock.
Well, Madam Chair, I would just say that the Canadian Constitution applies clear across the country. I don't think that the member is disputing that. I would say that whatever she's talking about in terms of our trade disputes is, I don't think that C-15 is going to clarify any of that. And if anything, we end up in an area of less clarity than before.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Missinippi, just a moment here, for Desnette, Missinippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Peace River Westlock for his comments today. Just a quick question for him. At the I-9 committee, we heard a number of witnesses talk about what the benefit might have been of having the action plan prepared and presented before we actually introduced the legislation, and that there might have been some benefit to that in reducing some of the uncertainty and clarity. I'm just, through you, Madam Speaker, to the member, just asking if maybe he would have some comments around that.
Member for Peace River Westlock.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to thank my honorable colleague for all the work that he does on committee as well. That's the real frustrating piece for me around this bill is the Liberals are taking a victory lap as like, hey, look at we're fulfilling one of the Truth and Reconciliation requirements. We're implementing UNDRIP. When in reality they're not. They're not implementing UNDRIP. They're putting into legislation a plan to make a plan to attempt to bring in UNDRIP, and that's extremely frustrating to me. That's again when I went back to the beginning of all of this is the say what you mean and mean what you say. C15 does not implement UNDRIP. C15 provides a plan to develop a plan to start implementing UNDRIP. That is not that isn't bringing any clarity to the situation. That's not enabling us to move forward. That just leaves us in the limbo that we were in prior to C15.
And comments. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have to say I listened to the member's speech and I didn't find it very compelling because I feel like there's a kind of persistent confusion here. I mean, on the one hand, he wants to say, well, it's a bill to make a plan, to implement a plan. And that's kind of silly because, you know, when are they just going to go ahead and do it? On the other hand, he says, well, this is all very complex and it's not that easy. And I mean, to me, at least what's clear is that the job isn't done. We've seen that through the many controversies around projects on Indigenous land. We've seen that by the frustration and the dire need of Indigenous people to get access to resources and the things that they need to live well. And we're not going to get started unless we start taking those steps. So, you know, I'm always on board with criticizing Liberals for not getting things that they say they want done quickly enough. But we're not also here on our side, at least, then belaboring the complexities of it and having a record of sometimes not supporting moving forward towards a solution. So which is it? I mean, is it that this is just a plan to make a plan for a complex set of issues, or like what? It's really not clear what the gist of the member's position is to me after having spent some time listening.
Honourable member for Peace River Westlock has just a little bit under a minute to respond. All
right, thank you, Madam Chair. The main point is that this bill does not bring any clarity to what it means to and bring Canada's law in alignment with UNDRIP. We could have seen a bill that would have explained how duty to consult, or how we could improve duty to consult to bring it in line with FPIC. We could have seen a multiple around land disputes. Does our current land dispute resolution mechanisms, do they align with UNDRIP? We could have had a bill that would have tried to tweak some of those things. We could have had a bill that would have outlined each and every one of the UNDRIP protocols and said, this is how we're aligning with it. We don't have that bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased once again to speak today on Bill C-15, which seeks to implement the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. At this stage, we are confident, Madam Speaker, but nonetheless cautious that it will be finally passed. I say finally because this bill has been long awaited, and we're still waiting for it, and its adoption that we hope will be
rapid is still not done. The United Nations Declaration was passed September 13th, 2007. It is now May 2021, nearly 15 years later, and the declaration has yet to be entrenched in Canadian law. 15 years, Madam Speaker. 15 years is a very long time. 15 years was the time for there to be 4 parliaments. 15 years is a little less than the difference in life expectancy from birth between Inuits and the rest of the Canadian population. And that difference was 15 years. 15 years in 2017, half a generation, a sixth of a century. It's a lot in the scale of a human life. Time is passing. The world is changing. But when it comes to the rights of Indigenous peoples, things are in suspension. Nothing has moved, nothing has changed because Canada is the land of procrastination. It's time that this changes. Despite some imperfections, we believe, as does the Assembly of First Nations, that we must quickly pass Bill C-15, even if it needs to be amended later. I would like today to first talk about the history of our political party with the declaration, and then to counter some very long-standing myths often bandied about this bill. Madam Speaker, I will repeat today that the Bloc Québécois is in favor of this bill, even if the amendments that we wanted made in order to clarify the scope of the bill were not integrated. We have been long convinced that the implementation of the UN Declaration is an essential condition for reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, and our beliefs have not changed. Even before the declaration was signed, the Bloc was there. The Bloc was there in September 2004 in Geneva when the working group on the United Nations Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People met in order to ensure their recognition of their right to self-determination. The Bloc was there in 2006 during the final sprint before the passage of the declaration, when it was time to multiply the efforts alongside Indigenous peoples and the international community. The Bloc was there in 2007 when it was time to condemn Canada's position. Canada had then refused to endorse the declaration during the annual General Assembly of the United Nations. The Bloc was there in the next few years to put pressure on the former Conservative government under Stephen Harper to ensure that it would endorse the declaration. Madam Speaker, the Bloc was there, it is here, and it will always be here to support the declaration. Its ratification by this Parliament would not only recognize the inherent rights, and I must insist on that word, inherent rights of Indigenous peoples, but also to clarify it for everyone. Because we must remember that the rights of Indigenous peoples are not a gift that fell from the sky. It's legitimate, and as I said, it's inherent. The Bloc Québécois believes that the implementation of the United Nations Declaration will allow not only the improvement of the economic and social situation of Indigenous communities, but also guarantee better predictability for companies working in the resource sector, while ensuring sustainable and responsible development of the land. To that end, and that is not the only end, but everybody would be a winner, the economy and the First Nations. I said earlier that time stood still when it came to the rights of Indigenous people. It was static. And now I speak to my colleagues in the other parties and in the other place, the upper chamber. It's time for you to move the hands of the clock forward. I must admit that I've never really understood the knee-jerk reaction of the Conservative Party to the declaration. Last month, during an interview with Perry Bellegarde, the leader of the official opposition had justified his opposition to the declaration, by the fact that in his opinion, current case law would already set out an obligation to consult, and that therefore there was no added value to the declaration. And yet, Madam Speaker, if it doesn't change anything, why this fear in adopting it? And in the same breath, the Conservatives are trying to scare us. We saw that in the debate in recent moments by saying that the passage of the declaration would stop other projects from going forward because it would create new obligations to consult. We cannot say that it will change nothing and then fear that it will change everything. The leader of the opposition should clarify that thought. Is he opposed to change because it would change something, or is he opposed to the change because it would change nothing? I need an explanation, because this argument, this excuse, is a paradox. It's time now to talk about the myths, and I cannot remain silent about the most controversial idea. That is the idea of prior informed and free consent, the famous FPIC, which haunts the nightmares of my colleagues in the official opposition. Those opposed to the declaration have never stopped repeating that FPIC was the same as a veto right, but nothing is further from the truth. This time, like was the case with C-262 by my colleague and predecessor Romeo Sagash, to whom we owe a great deal for this battle and whom I salute with a great deal of respect and friendship, the legislator's intent is clear. FPIC is not designed to be a veto right in any way whatsoever. The Minister of Justice said it many times. The courts will not be able to ignore that fact. In fact, the declaration is quite clear. The states consult the relevant Indigenous peoples and cooperate with them in good faith through the intermediary of their representative institutions in order to obtain their consent, given freely and in recognition. There is here a requirement to ensure consultation in good faith. There is nothing in the declaration that talks about a veto right. We cannot repeat it enough in order to ensure that this is understood and that this argument can finally disappear. The legislator's intent also seems quite clear to me when it comes to the scope of the bill itself. It only applies to what is under this Parliament's jurisdiction. Even if it is that clear, the sponsor of the bill took the time to reiterate that Bill C-15 would not impose any obligations on any other levels of government. It cannot be any clearer, Madam Speaker. It's even quite clear, crystal clear, and I would say that we must keep in mind that if the members of the Bloc Québécois have supported it, as well as those on the government benches, I am convinced it is with understanding and with the belief that the implementation of the declaration and its entrenchment in law should be done in partnership with the provinces and with full respect for their areas of jurisdiction. I can only insist on this point because we believe that the entrenchment of the declaration in federal law should be done in partnership with the provinces with respect for their areas of jurisdiction. As lawyer Camille Frechette wrote in a recent article in the journal Amerindian Research in Quebec, given the shared jurisdiction within the Canadian federal government, the implementation of FPIC concerns directly the provinces who have exclusive jurisdiction over public lands and the development of resources, natural resources.
Il coule de source selon nous que.
So it's clear to us that for the law to be properly implemented, it's essential that there be real cooperation between different levels of government. The provinces will have to be consulted and actively involved in the implementation process if things are to be done consistently. In our view, reconciliation can only benefit from such an approach. If everyone acts in good faith and aspires to maintain the dialogue, reconciliation will benefit. Moreover, Madam Speaker, I'll make a little digression here because there's a lot of information about C-15. Some people have tried to make people believe that the Bloc Québécois is jeopardizing Quebec's sovereignty in the same way that there will always be people who doubt the Pope's faith. But this is an absurd idea. So let's take some time to deconstruct it with the help of one example. To paraphrase constitutional scholar André Binet, if this were not the case, Hydro-Québec would never have existed. The inalienable nature of Quebec's sovereignty over its territory only reinforces the need for a collaborative approach to ensure a coherent and harmonious implementation of the Declaration. In 1985, the National Assembly recognized 10 and later 11 Indigenous nations on the territory of Quebec under the government of René Lévesque. In 2006, the House of Commons also recognized Quebec as a nation. We in the Bloc Québécois have said it before, and will say it again today, only a nation-to-nation dialogue will bring about peace and harmony. That said, at this point in time, as far as the implementation of the Declaration is concerned, I feel that there has been enough debate, enough discussion, and we should move on to another stage. In fact, it's been almost 15 years that the Indigenous nations have been waiting for a decisive move from legislators. 163 months, 4,990 days to be exact. Indigenous people have waited long enough. In fact, I would say they've waited too long. They're watching us while the clock ticks, and it is up to us to take action now. That's their right.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Here in British Columbia, where I live, the BC government has passed the Rights of Indigenous People Act that's based on this declaration. In Quebec, the National Assembly had a unanimous motion to recognize its principles. Does the member think that it is time for every province, including Quebec, to bring in legislation to enshrine the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People in provincial law as well as federal law?
Honorable député de Mani.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I mentioned that First Nations have been waiting too long for their rights to be enshrined in federal law. Of course, I am a member of the House of Commons, so I will leave the National Assembly for Quebec to decide for itself. But, of course, Quebec has always been a role model in this area. If you see what's happening with the Cree First Nations, for example, or with the Naskapi people, they have treaties. And I think there's respect there that is really laudable. So I hope that those inherent rights will be enshrined in federal law, and I will leave it up to the National Assembly in Quebec to speak for itself. We generally don't like any trampling on provincial jurisdiction of the Bloc Québécois. So I support C-15.
L'honorable député de New.
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm just coming back from the traditional territory of the Kakait people and the local Coast Salish people. I really enjoyed my colleague's speech. She also mentioned the issue of future rights. We know that Section 13 of UNDRIP talks about the importance of the right to transmit culture and language from one generation to the next. And we know that 2/3 of Indigenous languages in Canada are currently under threat. So dozens and dozens of languages. How important is it for the federal government to support those languages so that those oral traditions and languages can continue to be transmitted to future generations? The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to thank my colleague for his question. Well, as a member of the Bloc Québécois, I'm very sensitive to this issue of culture and language. For me, culture and language are really the cornerstones of a people's identity or a nation's identity. So, of course, I believe that First Nations should be able to conserve their languages, which is a vehicle for their culture. And I hope that the Innu people, in particular, will be able to preserve that rich identity and culture that they have in northern Quebec. So yes, I think it's essential. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Resuming debate. The honourable member for... Oh, okay, je m'excuse. Désolé.
Sorry. The honourable member for Jean-Pierre. Thank you. I hope you'll let me go here. My colleague mentioned in her speech that there was a long period of time, 15 years, that went by. Now, maybe there's an explanation. It seems that in Canada, people are allergic to recognizing minority nationality. I've always had the impression that both Liberals and Conservatives were hesitant. They didn't want to create a precedent. They didn't want to have to be forced to recognize us as a cultural minority either. I don't know what my colleague thinks of that. Is that possibly part of the reason that it took so long, 15 years, to get to a debate on this bill? The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, this is my personal reading of the situation as an individual and a member of Parliament. But, you know, there may be a memory of colonialism. Oh, I just want to remind the member that she can't actually use her own name. Right. I'm talking about myself in the third person. That's the result. So, I was saying, you know, as an individual, as a person, I think there's something to do with the colonial history, which is still very much alive. Whether we're talking about First Nations or Francophone people, you know, they have sometimes received different type of treatment. When you refuse or when you don't allow a nation to practice its own culture, speak its own language, whether that's done institutionally or through bills or through different means, I think that is part of our colonial past, which I find, you know, very problematic. Questions and comments?
For Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. I listened very carefully, and I did want to ask her a question about the free, prior, and informed consent. Some people have characterized FPIC, as it's known, to be an absolute veto. Others have said, no, it's not a veto. And that is, of course, of concern. We have to know, what does free, prior, and informed consent really mean? My question to the member is, given the fact that the courts have spent decades defining what the duty to consult is, which informs Canadians who want to develop, who want to build our country, what is the duty to consult with our First Nations. When we introduce a new concept called FPIC or free, prior, and informed consent, when the courts start to interpret this new standard and judicial creep sets in, is she not afraid that this FPIC is going to actually become a veto right that will dramatically undermine Canada's ability to get things done, to develop our economy, etc.? Her comments.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. Well, I would say two things here. First, in my speech, I repeated that this veto right doesn't exist. It's not a veto right. So one first thing that could be done would be to stop spreading this idea that FPIC is a veto right. The legislators were clear. It is written in the bill that it's not a veto right. So I think that's clear. Sometimes when you're afraid of the monster under your bed, you check if there is one. But maybe we need to do the same thing with this. We need to check if it's there and it's not, and then we don't have to be afraid of it anymore. Now, I also talked about Quebec, and I talked about Hydro-Quebec, where those are examples of development in the nation of Quebec. There's forestry development, mining development, hydro on the North Shore that I represent. And there are Naskapi and Innu people collaborating on those projects. So I don't think the idea of consulting them, discussing with them, getting them involved would hinder our economy. Quite the contrary. I think that it would facilitate things if we can respect each other. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to reinforce, I believe, whether it's from me or from the government's perspective, that at the core, this is a human rights issue. The United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples sets the minimum standard for survival, dignity, and the well-being of Indigenous people of the world, including the protection of rights to self-determination, self-government, equality, and non-discrimination. And my question to the member is that would she not agree that there was an opportunity that this could have been incorporated in previous sessions, but because of delays that aren't necessarily attributed to members of the House of Commons, that it didn't actually pass previously?
Une réponse très brève.
Very short answer from the Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. I hope that I understood it correctly. So what I understood was, could we have done this earlier? In my opinion, yes, we could have. And I want to add something to what my colleague said, because, yes, we could have done it earlier and faster. When I listened to the official opposition saying that this, doesn't add or take away anything, I think maybe they're not having a broad enough vision. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to interrupt you there. I apologize. We need to resume debate.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Oh, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And it's really an honor to rise here again today to speak to Bill C-15, an act respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, because I cannot reiterate strongly enough how this bill is so long overdue. Because, Madam Speaker, Canada was built on the violent dispossessions of lands and resources of Indigenous peoples. It's the kind of violence and genocide that we see perpetrated against Indigenous women and girls, 2S, LGBTQIA individuals, sacred life givers including our Mother Earth and waters, where we see a continuation of an environmental destruction supported by governments that violate human rights and continue to marginalize and oppress Indigenous peoples on our own lands. And while big oil and big corporations in Canada benefit off resources, we continue to not even have our minimum human rights respected. The most minimum human rights that anyone, Indigenous or not, need to have joy, Madam Speaker. Constantly having our rights up for debate while corporations benefit. And I want to be honest here today, Madam Speaker, there is actually no political party in this country who has not participated or continues to participate in the violation of Indigenous rights. Indigenous peoples on our very own lands are consistently and constantly a second thought. And our rights often totally disregarded. And this normalization of violating the rights of Indigenous peoples needs to end, Madam Speaker. It's time that our Constitution, our very own Constitution, is upheld, which includes Aboriginal rights and title and international legal obligations that Canada has signed on to. Because, Madam Speaker, we need to change this. We need to change the foundation of our relationship from one that was built on the human rights violation of Indigenous people legislated through the Indian Act towards creating a legal foundation that is grounded in a respect for human rights of all peoples, including Indigenous peoples, the minimum human rights that are articulated in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And although imperfect, I, along with our NDP team, believe that Bill C-15 is a step forward in upholding and protecting the fundamental human rights of Indigenous peoples in Canada. Because, Madam Speaker, the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, as I mentioned, is long overdue. And I would like to remind this House what the General Assembly highlighted last December. They indicated that the declaration, in quotes, has positively influenced the drafting of several constitutions and statutes at the national and local levels and contributed to the progressive development of international and national legal frameworks and policies, end of quotes. In addition, it's also important to remember that the UN General Assembly has reaffirmed the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples for the 10th time since adoption by consensus. This means that there is no country in the world that formally opposes the declaration. Sorry, Madam Speaker. Sorry about that. Now, since the second reading of Bill C-15, we have undergone a study in committee, sorry about that, I had a technical issue, with amendments which we are reporting on today. And I would like to take this opportunity to address some of these amendments. Firstly, as a legislator, it is my legal obligation to be clear about the purpose or purposes of any legislation. As such, our party supported an amendment at committee to clarify that Bill C-15 has two purposes, which include to affirm the declaration as having application in Canadian law, and secondly, to provide a framework for the implementation of the declaration. This bill does not Canadianize the Declaration, but confirms that the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People has application in Canadian law, as affirmed in preambular paragraph 18, which reads as follows in quotes. Whereas the Declaration is affirmed as a source for the interpretation of Canadian law, in addition, Madam Speaker, to other legal frameworks which include Indigenous law, the Constitution, international law, and treaties with Indigenous peoples. This legal reality has been confirmed by the Supreme Court as early as 1987. Even the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal has heavily relied on provisions of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in their rulings about the racial discrimination that First Nations children face living on reserve. The Declaration, in fact, Madam Speaker, has provided a source for legal interpretation for courts and tribunals and protection of children, families, and communities. Our children need this legislative protection to ensure that they are able to thrive, not just survive, to ensure that children and families are afforded the legal protection to ensure that they can live with dignity and human rights, especially with the current government who willfully violates their rights. As former Chief Justice Dixon confirmed in 1987 in quotes, the various sources of international human rights law, declaration, covenants, conventions, judicial and quasi-judicial decisions of international tribunals, customary norms must, in my opinion, be relevant and persuasive sources for the interpretations of the Charter's provisions. End of quotes. Another significant amendment to Bill C-15 I would like to highlight is the inclusion of the Living Tree Doctrine in preambular paragraph 19. This is a critical amendment. The Living Tree Doctrine recognizes that rights are not frozen in time and that rights and treaties need to evolve over time as our nations evolve and circumstances change. The Living Tree Doctrine is an important constitutional principle which has also been affirmed by the Supreme Court of Canada. An example, Madam Speaker, I'd like to highlight, in fact, is in 2004 same-sex marriage reference case, the court emphasized that the Constitution is, in quotes, a living tree subject to, in quotes, progressive interpretation. The Supreme Court in the case ruled as follows, in quotes, the frozen concept reasoning runs contrary to one of the most fundamental principles of the Canadian constitutional interpretation, that our Constitution is a living tree which, by way of progressive interpretation, accommodates and addresses the realities of modern life. And in Hunter versus Southam Inc. case in 1984, the Supreme Court described the doctrine in the following way. In quotes, a constitution is drafted with an eye on the future. It must therefore be capable of growth and development over time to meet the new social, political, and historical realities often unimagined by its framers. For example, Madam Speaker, failing the $5 given to treaty people during treaty days every year should have gone up with inflation. And I would argue that it is not a symbolic act, but an act of bad faith. Let's not forget that Canada was built on the violent and ongoing genocide of Indigenous peoples. And this is why this amendment is so critical. We need legal tools to hold the government to account when they act in bad faith. Like, really, Madam Speaker, $5 failing to take into consideration inflation or compensation owed for destroying lands, impairing our ability to participate in traditional forms of subsistence, perpetuating violence in our communities, and leaving many unsheltered on our very own lands, while the masses and corporations continue to privilege off the human rights violations of Indigenous peoples. Gross privilege. Because, Madam Speaker, since the time of invasion, our nations have gone through change, whether by choice or as a result of aggressive assimilation policies, which transformed our families and nations. And although our colonizers set out to eradicate us, we are still here, standing strong in protection of our rights, the very rights that our ancestors put their lives on the line to protect. And we are still in this battle, Madam Speaker, whether it be in the courtroom or at the end of an RCMP sniper gun as witnessed in Wet'suwet'en territory, or the military siege of Ganazatake, we continue to stand strong. Yet now we see the very little land that has not been exploited still under threat, which makes us stand even stronger. We will never concede our rights, and our rights evolve and change over time. These are Indigenous lands, yet we still have to fight for crumbs. A disregard of our treaties and lack of good faith by governments to respectfully interpret the meaning, intent, and the letter of our treaties. I have not forgotten. We have not forgotten, and we will never, ever forget. And this is also an important constitutional principle, Madam Speaker, which is why the new preambular paragraph 19 is so important, as it states in quotes, whereas the protection of Aboriginal and treaty rights recognized and affirmed by Section 35 of the Constitution Act of 1982 is an underlying principle of the value of the Constitution of Canada, and Canadian courts have stated that such rights are not frozen and are capable of evolution and growth. And I would suggest, Madam Speaker, in this particular instance, that UNDRIP is a new political, historical, and certainly legal reality that Bill C-15 is acknowledging. I must admit, however, that I would have preferred that this addition would have been in the operative articles of Bill C-15. In fact, I believe that it actually belongs in the operative articles, as some has proposed, in fact. However, I also recognize that the preambular paragraphs have legal effect as confirmed in the Federal Interpretation Act, Article 13. Madam Speaker, the last amendment I wish to speak to is the addition of systemic racism as one of the measures to combat injustice and human rights violations against Indigenous peoples. Because, Madam Speaker, we have serious issues with systemic racism in this country, and we have witnessed examples that have cost lives in this country. The many, for example, Indigenous lives that have been lost at the hands of police: Aisha Hudson, Jason Collins, Colton Bushey, the late Joyce Echaquan, who lost her life trying to get assistance in a healthcare system that intimidated her, mocked her, disrespected her life, and let her die under their care like her life was of no value, leaving her children without a mother and her partner widowed. Or the continued lack of action to address the ongoing genocide against Indigenous women and girls, and the fact that we see a rapidly rising movement of white nationalism and a growing number of white supremacists around the world, and right here in Canada, this is a critical amendment to Bill C-15. Madam Speaker, we need to move forward in a manner that ensures that all Indigenous people can live with dignity and human rights in Canada. We need to begin living up to our identity as a country that values and respects human rights and models behaviors and decisions that actually reflect that. That is still not happening in Canada, as we are witnessing with the continued violation of Indigenous rights. Because, Madam Speaker, although the rhetoric continues that we are all equal in Canada, there continues to be very clear divisions between the oppressed and the oppressor, and the Canadian government continues to perpetuate a relationship of violent settler neocolonialism in real time. No action plan to address the ongoing violence against Indigenous women and girls, 2S, LGBTQIA individuals 2 years late. 10, non-compliance order to immediately end racial discrimination against First Nations children on reserve. Unequal access to health care and education. Continued inaction. A mold crisis. Failure to end all boil water advisories on reserve in spite of the Liberal promise to end this by 2021. The number of children in care more than at the height of residential school, the highest level of unsheltered individuals in this country as a result of the violent dispossession of lands that left many of us homeless on our own lands. Continued violation of land rights, privileging corporations over upholding the human rights of Indigenous peoples. Ganasatake, Site C, TMX, Keystone XL, Muskrat Falls, Wet'suwet'en Territory, Baffinland, Mary River Mine, 1492, land back not limited to. A continuation of violating the Supreme Court ruling, in fact, in the Mi'kmaq fishing dispute, even after more than 2 decades after that decision was made. And we continue to see a violation of our Constitution and international legal obligations in this House we are obliged to uphold as members of Parliament. And the list goes on. And the violation of Indigenous rights by the current Liberal government is not even limited to Canada, but is perpetuated globally. In fact, a Toronto-based justice and corporate accountability project, a legal advocacy group, noted that, in quotes, 28 Canadian mining companies and their subsidiaries are linked to 44 deaths, 403 injuries, and 709 cases of criminalization, including arrests, detentions, and charges in Latin America between 2000 and 2015. Stating, in quotes, the financial and political backing that the government of Canada has provided to its mining companies has been strengthened by the de facto conversion of its cooperation agencies into mining investment promotion bodies. This working group reported human rights violations by Canada against Indigenous peoples related to mining in Venezuela, Chile, Colombia, Mexico, Guatemala, not limited to, and what we are watching unfold right now on the news and social media in Sariq Jahar, and Canada's turning a blind eye to the ethnic cleansing, failing to uphold international legal obligations where children and loved ones continue to die. Another gross example of Canada and the privileged picking and choosing of when to uphold human rights, when it suits economic interests and does not threaten power and privilege. This must change. And I share this with you, Madam Speaker, because although we are working towards passing a bill to affirm the application of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People into Canadian law, in addition to other legal frameworks, including Indigenous law, international law, our Constitution, and treaties, we consistently fail to uphold rights. We must move forward in a manner that upholds these human rights in Canada and around the world. Lives depend on this, Madam Speaker. We have moved beyond a time where rhetoric cuts it, and we know that what the violation of rights looks like in real time, denying individuals of their right to live in dignity, sometimes resulting in death. We need to change this. Lives are on the line. So although C-15 is not perfect, it's a start, and that must be followed with action. It is only then that we will achieve justice. There is no reconciliation without justice. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I listened attentively to my friend's comments. I know she's been working diligently over the last several years on 262, but also on C15. Much discussion has taken place with respect to FPIC, and I would like to get a sense from my friend opposite about her views on FPIC, whether it constitutes a veto or is it a strategy that's used to deflect on the real aspects of C15, and maybe if she can comment with respect to her experience in engaging with other Indigenous leaders and communities on the perspective on FPIC, please.
Yeah, thank you so much.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Anxious, I get so involved. Sorry, Madam Speaker. Yes, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And thank you so much to my honourable colleague for his comment. I think, it's almost like a hamster wheel. I hear this debate go on and on, but this bill does not in any way constitute or imply that there is a veto. A veto, in fact, is an absolute concept in law, whereas free, prior, and informed consent, one needs to consider all the facts and the law in given circumstances and situation. And I say that because, I think there has been, and I would agree with one of the testimonies we heard at committee from the Honourable Mary Ellen Truppel, that I think there's being hysteria that's been created around FPIC that is not based on legal fact, has no legal merit, and certainly does not form any part of Bill C-15, and I hope moving forward we can accept this.
I'm sorry, but my duty tells me that it being 6:36, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. L'ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, affaires émanant des députés.
Private members' business, resuming debate at second reading on Bill C-265. Émilie Sans Façon Act in the name of Mrs. de Bellefeuille.
Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council. The Honourable Parliament.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate having the opportunity to be able to address Bill C-265, and would like to draw a little bit of a comparison. There's no doubt that there are members on all sides of the House that are very much concerned about workers and want to do what we can in order to support them. Whether they're currently in the workforce or they find themselves into situations where they're being disabled, whether it's temporary or even ultimately long-term. Bill 265 is an attempt to try to address an issue. And having said that, I do believe that if we were to look at it, there are a couple of concerns. And one of them would be in regards to the scope of the legislation. Is it in fact going beyond the scope of what was actually intended? So, for example, Madam Speaker, 265 recognizes, or I would suggest to you, the scope of the EI programs in terms of their objectives is quite simple. It's there, which is to help keep workers connected to the labor force. In fact, what you'll find is that a majority of the workers who end up taking leave beyond 26 weeks, many of which don't actually return to work. So in many ways, you need to look at other programs. So, for example, the government recognizes the need to support Canadian workers who find themselves out of the labor market either for a longer term or, in fact, permanently due to disability, and does this through the program that Canadians would be very familiar with, the Canada Pension Plan Disability. The EI program really isn't quite frankly, meant to provide that avenue of coverage. There are concerns in regards to the bill that we have before us, and I would ask members to take a look in terms of what's being proposed through the government, in particular through Bill C-30. I think the minister has done an excellent job in understanding the importance of making changes to the benefits of workers in Canada. We've seen that through some temporary measures that have taken place because of the pandemic. When the pandemic hit, we made sickness benefits a priority. In fact, Madam Speaker, we introduced a number of temporary changes to the EI in order to support Canadians during this difficult time over the last number of months. Some of those temporary measures to facilitate access and increase the generosity of EI benefits included EI sickness benefits. And just to cite a few of them, Madam Speaker, allowing Canadians to be able to qualify for EI with only 120 insurable hours, I think was a very well-received initiative by the government. There was a need to, and the government responded by implementing a minimum benefit rate of $500 a week. And I think that this particular change had a very positive impact, much like we had through the CERB program, that minimum amount of money. And we saw how Canadians benefited in all regions of the country. I thought it was a very encouraging thing when we heard that there would be the minimum benefit rate, which was established at $500 per week. There was also temporary measures to provide access to up to 50 weeks of regular benefits. And to add on to that, the freezing of the EI premium rate at the 2020 rate for 2 years. Madam Speaker, I see those as very strong, positive actions that were necessary, and whether it was the minister or the civil servants from within actually responded quite quickly in terms of making sure that injured and disabled workers were in fact being seriously looked at and supported during the pandemic. But I reference Bill C-30. Bill C-30 has some tangible things within it that I would recommend that the House seriously look at. It's one of the reasons why there's many reasons why one could actually support Bill C-30. After all, Madam Speaker, it is our budget bill, and there's a wide variety of things that affect so many Canadians in every region of our country. And I would really encourage members to support this legislation. But when you talk about workers, there are some specifics. So, for example, Budget 2021 contains commitments to modernize the EI program for the 21st century. It is announces consultations on future long-term reforms to EI. Madam Speaker, how many times have we seen in the form of private members' bills or resolutions or members in the House on a wide spectrum of other types of debates that have hit the floor of the House of Commons where we talk about EI, how important the program is, and how important it is that we look at ways in which we can make modifications to the benefit of workers. For years in opposition, I was wanting to see some changes, and I'm very happy with the 2015 election results where we saw the change in government, and for the real first time, some sense that the government was going to be acting on worker-related legislation that would be more favorable to our workers. And the idea of changes to EI is something in which many of my Liberal colleagues have wanted to see. And having this announcement in terms of extending or allowing for consultations on these future long-term reforms, I think is something that really will do us and people of Canada quite well into the future because of the spectrum of issues that we face today that weren't necessarily prioritized in previous years. Extending EI sickness benefits to 26 weeks is a component of that particular reform. If you take a look at Budget 2021, it is a more balanced approach, I believe, than the private members bill that we have before us today. So, Madam Speaker, I would encourage members to take a look at it. In particular, as I say, we're seeing the extension of EI sickness benefits as a very important component of any form of reform. I highlighted some of the other areas. When you think of sickness benefits, what is it? What does it currently provide? Sickness benefits are designed to provide short-term income support and help maintain workers' labor market attachment while they are temporarily unable to work due to a short-term illness, injury, or a quarantine. Which is most appropriate given the time. The EI sickness benefit provides, as I say, up to 15 weeks of temporary income support, an amount equal to 55% of the average weekly insurable earnings, up to a maximum weekly amount. In the commitment to increase EI sickness benefits in Budget 2021. Budget 21 would also increase the maximum number of weeks available for EI sickness, as I indicated, from 15 to 26. If passed, this bill would provide $3 billion over 5 years, starting in 2021-22, and an ongoing $967 million per year to do just that, Madam Speaker. This extension would take effect in the summer of 2022. I would encourage members to look at the benefits to the workers in the budget that the Minister of Finance has brought forward and supported.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. You are on mute, sir. I was looking for the button, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. It is my turn now to speak about this important bill. Madam Speaker, if I may, I would like to just get over a little bit of what I heard in the speech of the parliamentary secretary, who is proud to say the number of sick leave weeks for individuals, which will go up to 26 weeks in July 2022. For all those who are currently sick, who will get sick in the coming weeks, I don't think that this is such good news as all that, to learn in this way that they will not have additional coverage. However, this bill, Madam Speaker, it focuses on a specific subject relevant to this pandemic. C-265 seeks to extend sick leave benefits for people who are unable to work due to illness, injury, or quarantine. Madam Speaker, given the difficulties that people have to deal with as a result of the pandemic, some people have to face even worse situations because they are ill. Canadians should be able to focus on getting better rather than trying to make ends meet. Although this is an essential program, it is troubling to see that the shortcomings in the current program exist. Current 15 weeks was established in 1971 and has not been updated in any way whatsoever since its introduction. It is important at this time to remember that this bill was also known as the Emily Sans Façon bill, a young woman who fought two battles. So she fought a deadly fight against cancer, and the other battle was one she fought to increase the number of sick leave benefits under EI in order to help those who found themselves in the same circumstances as her. Emily was a young mother, stepmother of two children. She got a diagnosis for cancer twice in the same year. A standard 15 weeks of benefits did not meet her needs. She was therefore forced to mortgage her house, max out her credit line, and get help from her family in order to make ends meet. A week after finishing her chemotherapy, she went back to work in order to be able to have an income that she desperately needed. She had to do this despite the fact that she still had to have a 3-month recovery in order to get her physical and mental health back. 5 months later, Emily had an aggressive, the cancer came back very aggressively, and she was told it was inoperable. She was then put on sick leave a second time. Once again, she was only entitled to 15 weeks of benefits. 15 weeks for somebody in her situation was simply not enough if we consider the convalescence period that often lasts several months. Madam Speaker, I want to remember Emily here. She died in November 2020. She fought hard to expand the employment insurance sick leave benefits for all Canadians. A report indicated that the average number of recovery weeks for breast cancer was between 26 and 36 weeks. For those who have colon cancer, the average treatment length and healing recovery period is 37 weeks. And these are only two types of common cancers in Canada. For less common cancers like rectal cancer, the average recovery time is even longer, 47 weeks on average. So we see that 15 weeks of EI benefits don't suffice. In its most recent budget, the Liberal government partially responded to the request, despite, as I indicated in the beginning of my speech, this political announcement was disappointing on several fronts. Not only did they limit the duration of sick leave benefits to 26 weeks, despite a motion that was passed by a majority in the House, they have only committed to do it in the summer of 2022. That is not enough. It's too little and too late. It's better not to get sick for that long. There is no excuse for delaying this change. We get dozens of letters in our offices. I'm not the only MP that does. I'm bombarded with letters and correspondence, calls from constituents who are suffering because they can no longer pay their bills. They have to go back to work at the same time as they are battling for their lives. I want to give you a few examples. Anique wrote to me, and I had the opportunity to speak to her tonight, and I want to read her message. I am writing to draw your attention to employment insurance sick leave. I learned in January that I had to fight against an aggressive breast cancer. I started treatment. Chemotherapy will last until June. Then I will have to have a total mastectomy. After that, radiation. I have to travel every day to Levy, which is a great expense, and then it's followed by a dollar sign. The Employment Insurance Act gives me the right to take 15 weeks of sickness benefits. How can I focus on my recovery knowing that I will have no income after 15 weeks? 15 weeks of chemotherapy. My chemotherapy will go beyond that. I will have approximately a year of convalescence. I'm 45 years of age. I've always paid taxes. I wonder how I'm going to get better, survive, pay for my medication, heat my home, eat, dress, and meet all my basic needs. I hope that my email will cause you to ask some questions to the Prime Minister and ask him to take another look at employment insurance sick leave benefits. He said for a year that the health of Canadians comes first. It's the time to prove it to us cancer sufferers and survivors. Anique from Thetford Fines. Deanne de Princeville. She got the full 15 weeks of sick leave benefits. She still can't go back to work. She had to resign herself to asking for welfare. Another mother asking, I would like to know who we turn to when the 15 weeks are up. The Prime Minister was supposed to take care of it. Like a number of his other projects, nothing has been done. My daughter had a stroke. She was supposed to finish university in April. No salary. And rehab for 3 months at least without a salary. Natalie Baudin, Plessisville, she had cancer. She exhausted her benefits. Her family was living on her spouse's income. She died today. Martine, a rare disease. Her immune system is not working properly. The medication has an impact on her. She had to go back to work because she didn't have any money. She's on her second employer. It's not easy because she has to take leave a lot to get treatment. She's been working for a month and her employer finds her absences difficult to deal with because he cannot replace her, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, cases like this are ones we hear every day. In February 2020, the House, with the support of the Conservatives, passed a motion to ensure that employment insurance benefits would go from 15 to 50 weeks. In our latest convention, we adopted a policy presented by my colleague from Kamouraska Rivière-Île to move it to 50 weeks. I repeat, Canadians who are dealing daily with deadly and serious diseases should not have to worry about their finances. They should focus rather on their recovery. Louis Saint-Vincent, father of Emily, the father of Emily, whose name is on the bill, has talked about the Liberals' failed promises. Emily died without a commitment, without a solution. Emily Saint-Vincent fought for herself by asking for an appropriate coverage of sick leave benefits, but she also fought for other Canadians who are seriously ill, like Annick, Diane. We all hope that the Liberals will not forget her when they vote on this bill. C-265. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in support of this bill. It's a bill that actually looks a lot like my own private member's bill, C-212, which effectively seeks to do the same thing. It's in the spirit of an amendment that I tried to move to one of the government's most recent bills modifying the Employment Insurance Act for the purposes of the pandemic, where I sought to have the EI sickness benefit extended to 50 weeks. It's in the spirit of a motion that has already passed not once but twice in the House of Commons during this Parliament that calls for an extension of the EI sickness benefit to 50 weeks. And it's frankly high time that this got done. And I have to say, I have not found the government's response to this proposal compelling in the least. And I think that the member for Winnipeg North's previous intervention just two speakers ago illustrated the inadequacy of the government's response. He talked about EI as being a program meant to maintain an attachment to the workforce. Well, yeah, that's true, but there are already other EI benefits that can extend up to 50 weeks. It makes no sense at all to say that because somebody is sick, that they shouldn't be able to maintain an attachment to their job and be able to go back to work after an adequate recovery period and continue to receive some benefit during that whole period. I don't see how sickness is a good way to choose people who will not get the length of benefit that they might otherwise receive under a normal EI stream, Madam Speaker. Then he went and talked about some other features, general features of EI that have been changed throughout the course of the pandemic, but didn't really speak again to the issue of sickness benefits. And so that's the question that this bill really puts to the fore, and rightly so, which is for people who are sick, how are we going to do right by them? And even prior to the pandemic, we, this has been a campaign towards 50 weeks that's been going on for far too long already, with governments who've refused to act and to implement a 50-week EI sickness benefit. We knew already that in terms of typical recovery periods for diseases like cancer, 15 weeks is simply not enough. But the pandemic has put this question into even sharper relief, because COVID-19 has led to the development of a condition that some people are calling long COVID, and there's a few other names out there like post-COVID syndrome, or they sometimes identify as COVID long haulers. And these are people who are seriously falling through the cracks, and they're falling through the cracks for a number of reasons. In some cases, it's that they contracted COVID before the robust testing regime was in place, and so they don't have a formal diagnosis for COVID. In some cases, they're falling through the cracks because their workplace insurance plan for things like short-term disability don't recognize long COVID as a condition, and so they can't get coverage. One of the programs that has been there for these folks in their time of need, and as we learn more about this new condition that's afflicting them, has been the EI sickness benefit. But that's only 15 weeks. And we're hearing from people, we heard from people some time ago who were already at the expiration of their EI sick benefit and unable to access any other kind of insurance program. So I just, without naming names, Madam Speaker, out of concern for folks' privacy, I do want to read you some excerpts of the stories that have been sent to me by people who are struggling with long COVID, who I think really make the case for why it's so important that we make our EI sickness benefit a much longer benefit. From one woman who wrote to me, Madam Speaker, she says, "My symptoms started on April 2nd, 2020. In the weeks and months that followed, I've suffered and continue to suffer with multiple symptoms that affect my ability to function on a daily basis. I used my short-term sick credits available through my employer until October 2020. At that point, my long-term disability through a third-party insurance company should have started, but my claim was denied. I'm currently going through the appeal process, which could take many months. I'm receiving EI sick benefits, but when those end, I'll have no income." Another woman from Quebec, Madam Speaker, says, "Please help. I got COVID in March 2020. I've been sick since. I'm coughing uncontrollably, and because of the cough, I can't resume my job working on the phones or any other job. Even going to the store, I get stared at. I just exhausted my EI sickness benefits, and I've nothing else available to me. I'll be sick and homeless. 15 weeks is just not enough to recover. I want to work, but my doctor said that I'll end up being fired because of this cough." Another woman writes, Madam Speaker, I'm emailing on behalf of my 25-year-old child. They contracted COVID-19 at work at the end of May 2020 and have not been able to work since. They were eligible for CERB and received it until the end of September. They've been receiving the EI benefit since then, but are becoming concerned about what will happen if they continue to be unable to work when their benefits run out. A woman from Ontario, Madam Speaker, "My husband and I are both COVID long haulers and are about to lose our home because of lack of government financial support. As a result of my insurance company denying my long-term disability claim, I've had to rely on employment insurance sickness benefits. But the 15 weeks of benefits to which I'm eligible are almost up, and I'll soon find myself without any income whatsoever. Though I've filed a lawsuit against my insurer, it could take up to 2 years for my case to be resolved." Madam Speaker, there's more. I'm sorry to say, we've heard from so many people who have really had no other resort in the pandemic than the EI sickness benefit. And despite the fact that there have been many changes made to the EI program on a very quick basis throughout the pandemic, there as of yet have been no changes made. Now, I know the government committed to extending the benefit to 26 weeks in the campaign, but those haven't surfaced in any of the legislative changes over the past year. They finally appear in Bill C-30. But what I can't understand is why the government would choose to go with only 26 weeks when we have an excellent bill like the one here before us today, when we've clearly demonstrated the will of the House of Commons to support a 50-week benefit. And when I tried to amend a previous government bill, Bill C-24, to include a 50-week benefit, one of the arguments that, frankly, I didn't find compelling, but that was made by folks on the government side was that, making changes to the software that undergirds the EI system is very difficult. And it's not just a matter of, putting in a new number of weeks in the system. It's very complicated according to them. So if this is supposed to be a once in a generation change to the EI sickness benefit, it would be a tragedy if it ends up only being 26 weeks. And future governments are going to make that same argument that we can't expand the number of weeks because the software doesn't support it. If this is the moment to make that change, Madam Speaker, and the government is clearly signaling a willingness to make that change, even though they weren't willing a couple months ago in C-24, if this is the moment, then let's get it right the first time. There's an expression on job sites, Madam Speaker, there's never enough time to do the job right the first time, but there's always enough time to redo it 3 times after. I mean, but the problem with that is that, we're not slapping up a storefront here. There are people who are sick now whose EI sickness benefits have already expired, people with that benefit on the cusp of expiring, who are going to suffer while the government struggles to get this right. And the way is clear. The House of Commons has already said categorically that it should be a 50-week benefit. We've had opportunities with amendments that I've moved previously. We have another opportunity with this bill here today. Let's get it right the first time. It's already taken too long, and do right by all those people who are out there suffering either with new conditions like long COVID or with long-standing conditions who have struggled to get their health needs met during the pandemic because our hospitals have rightly been focused on helping all of those people whose lives have been jeopardized by COVID-19. Let's make sure that sick Canadians have the financial support they need to get through these challenging times. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will try not to get carried away with this subject, even though I think it's the type of subject that one could get carried away about. What we're discussing tonight is of major importance for the citizens who place their trust in us to represent them. It's very rare that you'd be able to go and poll 10 random people in the street and have them all agree with a bill. But this is the case. With C-265, I think really everyone would agree. This is not just a bill. This is a fight that has been led through 4 different parliaments. A fight that is being led by the member for Salaberry-sur-Loire, and which has also been led by 5 or 6 other members in the past. I think that this House needs to take its responsibility, its 90-year-old responsibility of ensuring that all Quebecers and Canadians who lose their job have proper EI. And they need to do this not because our constituents are demanding it, but because they need it. Now, sometimes, and it might seem ironic that I'm explaining this to the Liberals, but sometimes people have privilege. Privilege because in this Parliament, we are very well paid. And many of us actually came from very privileged backgrounds before we were elected to this illustrious House. When we lose our jobs, there are all kinds of people around us to support us. We have good working conditions. And when we're sick, no one sends us to the EI center. So we do well for ourselves, but not everyone can say the same. The workers whose taxes go to pay our salaries don't have a tenth of the security that we do. For most people, when you get sick, you have a whole series of problems following that. Many have to make difficult decisions because they don't have a choice. In the case of cancer or other serious illnesses, you may have difficult decisions and you may even have to face death. You know, Madam Speaker, I often ask, who are we working for here? It's a damn good question. Well, I can name one person that we're all working for. Well, who we used to work for. A person that many people let down, many governments let down. She was Émilie Sans Façon, a mother of 2 children, who was 31 years old. She lost her battle against this disease. And I don't think anyone here would say that money can save lives directly, but actually it can. Or rather, although it can't, what we can do is replace income in order to provide equity. Clearly, people shouldn't be subjected to stress or the risk of losing everything that they own. At the Bloc, we understand that. We've always fought for improved access to regular EI benefits, the end of the categorization of different types of unemployed people, and the strengthening of all EI benefits. I think that this debate on Bill C-265 has to do not with strengthening the benefits, but rather with correcting an injustice. The special sickness benefit is actually very inadequate when you talk to people who have serious illnesses like cancer. If you refuse to see that 15 weeks is not enough, that's a serious error in judgment. The PBO clearly outlined the problem. More than 80% of people have to take a special leave for 16 weeks beyond what is currently covered under the benefits. This is just disgusting, Madam Speaker. And that's not the case for those who were able to go back to work after having used up their benefit. When you're dealing with important public policy, you shouldn't look at the least lucky ones in order to base the policy on that. Now, finally, the government has admitted that this doesn't make sense. But these are sick people, Madam Speaker. Their priority is to get back to work because they want to be able to be in good health and to be able to work. I can't understand how any parliamentarians would be against the idea of increasing the number of weeks of benefits. Think of what that would mean for a sick person, having to live with this financial threat as well. What it would mean for a sick person to lose their job as they're fighting a serious disease. Since the special sickness benefits were created in 1971, not only have they never been strengthened, but the labor market has also changed significantly. There are serious issues with work-life balance, for example. Losing your job means that you could get regular EI benefits. Having a baby means that you could have maternity or parental benefits. But if you get cancer or a chronic disease, and if you're then forced to have to take a frequent time off or extended time off, well, they treat that the same as if you broke your arm falling off a bicycle. That just doesn't make sense. Nobody wants to get sick, Madam Speaker. I think it's high time that this Parliament recognize that and rectify the situation. The Liberals have been saying, because it's 2015, for the last 6 years. But actually, with this, it's still 1971. Do we need to give the Prime Minister a DeLorean for him to realize this? Maybe it would be good for him to go back to the future so that he could see a couple of things. First of all, he voted for Bill C-291, sponsored by the former member for Bourassa in 2012, which is calling for exactly what we're calling for today. So I'm actually going to quote the former member for Bourassa. Before his bill was voted down by the Conservatives, he said, "I want to ask all of my colleagues to set partisanship aside and support my bill as a sign of solidarity with these sick people." That's what the member said. Well, that's exactly what I am asking of my colleagues today, but I'm adding one argument here. This House has already voted in favor of extending EI benefits from 15 to 50 weeks for serious illness. It was not so long ago, Madam Speaker. This was February 18th, 2020. There are many reasons to support the bill. For example, EI is a so-called stabilizing program. This is what Stephen Poloz, the former governor of the Bank of Canada, said. With the current crisis, people are starting to understand how important a good EI system is. And yet I don't understand the government's prevarication. They said that they were willing to defend, widows and orphans. But maybe that was just a media stunt. I certainly hope not. Madam Speaker, how will they be able to explain themselves if they don't support the member's bill today? Perhaps they didn't understand it, and yet it's very simple. It modifies the Employment Insurance Act by increasing the maximum allowable special sickness benefits from 15 to 50 weeks. It's not new. It's not complicated. It's just common sense, and we should all support that. But we need the government's support here. On April 15th, 2020, the Speaker of the House reminded us that in order to get through third reading and study at the Senate, Bill C-265 would require royal recommendation. So the fate of this bill rests on the shoulders of the government. If the Liberals don't support this bill, they will have to live with that. And it will mean that Quebecers and Canadians who are vulnerable will suffer even more. To conclude, I want to thank the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi, who sponsored this bill and has fought for it with great determination. I also want to thank the 162 members of this Parliament who put partisanship aside in February 2020 and voted for our motion. I hope that they will once again support this bill so that those who are suffering can be helped and so that our society will become even more fairer. And let us do it in memory of Émilie Sans Façon. Thank you.
Reprise du débat. Honorable.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, my speech concludes these hours of debate on the Émilie Sans Façon Act. The purpose of the bill was to increase EI special sickness benefits from 15 to 50 weeks. It's a very short bill, but it would do so much good for the vulnerable workers who are left with nothing when they're fighting for their lives. This bill would allow them to heal with dignity. Currently in Canada, which is a rich country, all we're giving these sick workers is precariousness, stress, and financial insecurity. It's shameful and unacceptable. We give 15 weeks for a worker to fight off illness, recover, and return to work. Well, all studies show that on average it takes 41 weeks to fully recover. In the most recent budget, we were disappointed to see that the Liberals said that they were going to do something about it, but only by increasing it to 26 weeks. Now, we know what the Liberals were intending, but still, these half measures were hard to justify. I concluded my speech in the House during the first hour of debate by saying that if the government increases benefits to 26 weeks, that's not really good news, because it hides a terrible reality. The Liberals would actually be letting down about 68% of the workers who need these benefits. And I'm disappointed for these 68%. These are thousands of workers who contributed with every paycheck, but who are being left behind just because they're sick, Madam Speaker. Thousands of Quebec and Canadian workers who would be entitled to a much more ambitious social safety net, which would be much better adapted to their needs if they were French or German, Swedish, Norwegian, or even Californian. In a budget briefing document, you can see what underlies the Liberal argument to justify these 26 weeks. The government says, and I quote, "Evidence suggests that a worker is not likely to return to his or her job, may take a much longer leave, or may leave the workforce altogether after taking more than 26 weeks of leave." While some stakeholders have advocated for extending the duration of sickness benefits to 50 weeks, this would not be consistent with the primary purpose of EI sickness benefits, which is to provide income support to workers who are on short-term sick leave. That's the end of the quote. Honestly, that's unacceptable. I was angry to read this analysis. What is it saying? Well, if you're sick for too long, then you get precariousness. If you're sick too long, the state will render you even more vulnerable by taking away your employment. Are you sick for too long? Well, the insurance that you paid for out of every paycheck doesn't cover you. If you're sick for too long, well, deal with it. This is discrimination, and it's abandoning workers. As we speak, there are workers who are sick, who are recovering, who just want to get well and get back to their jobs. There are workers whose 15 weeks are about to expire and who are living with great anxiety because they don't know how they're going to pay the bills or how they're going to pay for their medical transportation. These workers are not receiving much compassion. The most they get is 26 weeks. And to add insult to injury, it will be the amount of weeks will be increased at some point in the future, maybe by 2022. We can't afford 50 weeks now. The cabinet knows this, I'm sure. When I worked on this bill, I met so many wonderful people who really impacted me. I met the father of Émilie Sans Façon. His name is Louis Sans Façon. He has been carrying his daughter's political fight. She was a young mother who died far too young. There's nothing more pure than the love of a father for his child. And I really felt that love in every meeting that I had with Mr. Sans Façon. If a Liberal colleague is still not convinced that 50 weeks is necessary, I would invite them to have a short meeting with Louis Sans Façon and Marie-Hélène Dubé, who has also been fighting for this cause. It's impossible to be unmoved by their story. But it's also unacceptable to offer them only a half measure as a solution. So, dear parliamentarians, we have an opportunity here to vote on this bill and to change it to 50 weeks, not 26, and to state that the Liberals are wrong in abandoning vulnerable workers. I encourage everyone to vote for this common sense bill and have it pass.
The
question is as follows. Ms. de Bellefeuille, seconded by Ms. Chabot, moves that Bill C-265, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, illness, injury, or quarantine, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development, and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division, or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Madam Speaker, I would request a recorded division, please.
En conséquence, ce projet... Conformément à...
Accordingly, pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Wednesday at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise tonight to follow up on my questions regarding the extension of the tax deadline. Now, I realize the tax deadline has come and gone this year, but my frustration and the frustration of tax preparers and many Canadians in all parts of the country have not gone away. We're going to hear tonight in the response, like we have several times from the government, that we are here for Canadians every step of the way. Well, try asking somebody who's been trying to get a hold of CRA these days, and I certainly think that is not as applicable. I know that not only our side of the House, but members from every party in this House have been hearing the same thing. Our constituency office has been inundated with calls from CRA, going to CRA, can't get through, 3-4 hours, and they're getting hung up on. I want to give credit while I can, Madam Speaker, through you to my constituency staff of Nicole, Sue, Annette, and Adrian, and the volunteers in our income tax program for trying to work through the best of a bad situation here. We even ourselves cannot get the regular service through our problem resolution desk. There is chaos happening at CRA, Madam Speaker, and I believe that the fact we were not able and the government did not extend the tax deadline has actually made this situation worse. I was speaking with José Sauvé from Sauvé Tax Services in Cornwall. She alone, on top of all the challenges going on right now, is dealing with 50 cases of fraud of her clients alone. We're being told by Service Canada that amended T4Es are only being sent out to people on May 28. People are told to file their taxes. They're getting reassessments. There's confusion. There's more backlogs and delays that are happening from this. And Madam Speaker, I go back to my comments and my numerous questions. This could have a lot of this backlog, a lot of this stress that many Canadians were feeling could have been alleviated. The workers at CRA that are overwhelmed with call volume and cases, we could have decreased this with a simple extension of the tax deadline to June 30th. Madam Speaker, the government says, well, don't worry, there's interest and penalty relief available. And that speaks to the irony of what I've been trying to advocate for. What does that mean? More paperwork, more forms, more calls to CRA, and more backlog. I always say here in a nonpartisan way, I believe we all mean well in this House. But I believe the CRA minister and this government are actually making the situation worse by only adding to the backlog, adding to the paperwork, and the calls that people have to make and the forms they have to send in. I use a line in municipal politics, I'll say the same thing here in Ottawa. We need to work smarter, not harder. Last year, we had a pandemic. We were told to stay at home. And the government listened to suggestions. I remember standing in the House speaking to members of the government. It was the Deputy Prime Minister that answered my questions and said we need to extend the tax deadline. The government did that to September. They also extended the transition of benefits that would normally renew in July. They moved it to September. That made a bad situation bearable last year. But this year, think about it. We're in a pandemic. We're still being told to stay home in many parts of this country, and there was no extension of the tax deadline. So my question through you, Madam Speaker, to the government is, we want a detailed answer, not of all the extra paperwork, and listen to this, oh, there's an extra form, you could apply for relief, we can get this corrected. Why didn't the government just extend the tax deadline to June 30th to take the pressure valve off of filers and off of CRA workers? And why does it take 2 years for the government to do a budget? We can't give Canadians an extra 2 months to get their taxes done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Madame la Présidente, I want to take the time to thank my colleague for requesting further information about the CRA's decision to not extend the filing deadline for the 2021 tax year. Madame la Présidente, les temps sont difficiles pour...
Madam Speaker, times are tough for all Canadians and have been over the past year. The government has provided financial support to millions of Canadians, and I commend them for that, since the COVID-19 pandemic started. This has helped people keep food on their table and a roof over their head during this crisis. Furthermore, our government is very aware of the fact that Canadians are still suffering from the financial repercussions of this pandemic.
To point out, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, that our government has taken important steps to support Canadians during the 2020 tax filing period. In particular, we have strongly encouraged all Canadians to file their income tax return on time so that payments of the benefits and credits to which they were entitled are not delayed. I'm referring to the Canada Child Benefit, the GST-HST credit, and provincial territorial benefits and credits depending on where they live. Extending tax filing deadlines this year was not possible, as it would have disrupted these essential credit and benefit payments for millions of Canadians. Madam Speaker, to serve Canadians well this 2020 tax year, we should also mention that the agency increase the number of agents available in its call centers by extending its hours of operation. In addition, it enlisted the assistance of a third-party service providers to answer general questions about emergency benefits related to COVID-19, in addition to implementing a new automated callback service. Au final, Madame.
Ultimately, Madam Speaker, the government made a number of support measures and client services available to Canadians in order to help them file their income tax returns on time, as well as to ease any financial pressures they may be experiencing during this challenging time due to COVID-19.
Have been hard at work to help all Canadians. CRA has a dedicated and highly skilled workforce committed to serving Canadians according to its People First philosophy, which places the needs and expectations of Canadians at the center of everything it does. Lastly, Madame la Présidente, it should be noted that the statistics have been very positive for the 2021 filing year. Nearly as many Canadians filed on time this year as they did in 2019, our last normal tax filing year. So despite the assertions of my colleague across the way, Canadians proved that they were by and large able to work within the normal filing period. I invite my colleague opposite to join me in celebrating the CRA's hard work and the hard work accomplished by the millions of Canadians who filed on time during difficult circumstances. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas South Glengarry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the answer there. In my 1 minute here, I will encourage him to come visit my constituency office and see the hundreds of appointments we had to cancel through our volunteer income tax program because people couldn't come. We were in a lockdown. We shut down our office, and rightfully so, as we were told to do. People don't have access to go out. They don't have internet or the ability to do the taxes themselves, and there are many Canadians, I see them in my riding, my staff have seen them, that have had that challenge. I'll just address quickly the comment about benefit extension, saying, well, we couldn't extend the tax deadline because that would disrupt the July renewal. I go back to what happened last year. CRA and the government were able to extend the tax deadline, and they also moved the renewal benefit from July to September. That type of leadership is missing this year. It was the government's decision. If they could do it last year, they could have done it this year, and they chose not to do it. We are going to see a lot of frustration and chaos continue in the months. I applaud and I thank people who are working at CRA, but we need to do.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada has encouraged all Canadians to file their income tax returns on time, so the payment of benefits and credits to which they're entitled are not delayed. And the services offered to Canadians did not end there.
If a person is unable to fully pay an existing debt, there are payment options available to them. Secondly, if a person is unable to meet their tax obligations due to circumstances beyond their control, they can also request the cancellation of penalties and interest charged to their account. In addition, Madame la Présidente, the Government of Canada has introduced targeted relief measures for Canadians who have received financial assistance benefits related to COVID-19. Madame la Présidente, the Canadian government has continued to support Canadians by amending its payment expectations in order to give Canadians more time and latitude to pay their tax debt in accordance with their ability to pay. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy was intended to help both employers and workers, allowing businesses to retain workers on their payroll when they lost revenue due to COVID-19, and allowing workers to maintain employment during the public health crisis. As you know, my colleagues and I from the NDP were and continue to be ardent supporters of the wage subsidy. We advocated for the 75% wage subsidy early on in the pandemic and continued to push for it until the emergency wage subsidy program was announced. But that doesn't mean, Madam Speaker, that the program is perfect. In fact, I've discovered a flaw in this program, and I have asked this government again and again to fix it. At least one business in my riding of Edmonton Strathcona has used the emergency wage subsidy as a weapon against its workers, using funds provided by the federal government to hire scabs in order to break their workers. When the 75% wage subsidy came into effect last spring, CESCO Fabrication and Engineering Limited, a steel fabrication company that manufactures pressure vessels for the oil and gas industry, was at the bargaining table. They were negotiating a new contract with their workers, with members of the International Brotherhood of Boilermakers. The labor dispute between the union and CESCO was focused on the company's latest offer that included wage cuts and pension reductions of 50%. By June 2020, the offer had been rejected by the workers. And rather than continue to negotiate in good faith, CESCO saw an opportunity. And that opportunity was the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy Program. CESCO was able to use federal COVID-19 emergency funds, Canadians' taxpayer dollars, to subsidize scab labor. Now, Madam Speaker, the timing here is quite shocking. In June 2020, CESCO applied for funding under the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy Program. The company would likely have been notified of their approval for the wage subsidy by late June. On June 28th, in late June, CESCO locked out their workers and began to pay scab workers in their place. Those Boilermakers are still locked out, Madam Speaker. CESCO is still receiving the emergency wage subsidy funds from this government, and they are still paying those scabs with those dollars. Mr. Speaker, I have stood on that picket line with the CESCO workers, men who have given their entire lives to this company. They have been out there every day since June 28th, walking that line. They've been there through thunderstorms. They've been there on days that were minus 40 out. They've been there through ice storms, day in and day out, picketing for their rights as workers, picketing for the rights of all Canadians. Can you imagine how they felt when they found out that their federal government was providing their wages to CESCO so that CESCO could hire scabs to replace them? Madam Speaker, I know how they feel because I've asked them. Betrayed. That's how they feel. And who can blame them? In Alberta, workers' rights are under attack. Within days of CESCO locking out their workers, Jason Kenney's United Conservative government passed Bill 32, restricting the power of unions, undermining collective bargaining, and removing protections for vulnerable workers. We've seen more layoffs in Alberta under this current government than anywhere else in the world. Workers in Alberta have placed their hopes, especially now during a global pandemic, on the federal government. Will the government fix in the Canada Emergency?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. The Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy is helping employers of all sizes and in all industries affected by the pandemic. It is protecting jobs, encouraging employers to rehire workers previously laid off as a result of COVID-19, and helping position Canadian businesses for a strong recovery when the virus is under control. Well over 5 million Canadian employees have had their jobs supported through the wage subsidy, with well over $76 billion paid out in wage subsidies as of April 25th, 2021. At the outset, the government was clear that the intention of this program is to support employees, whether they work for a small or large employer, as long as the employer can demonstrate that it has been affected by the pandemic. And it is important to bear in mind that the wage subsidy is paid retroactively on the amount of wages actually paid by employers during a given period, ensuring that employees are retained and supported. Our goal at the outset of the crisis was to encourage employers impacted by the pandemic to retain and rehire employees by delivering assistance as quickly as practical, recognizing the urgency of the situation created by the pandemic and the limited life of the program. To achieve this, our government initially kept conditions to a minimum, but notably required a decrease in revenue in order to make sure that the subsidy would be targeted to those in need. And with Budget 2021, we have taken action to ensure that the wage subsidy supports workers as intended. It has proposed that any publicly listed corporation receiving the wage subsidy and found to be paying its top executives more in 2021 than in 2019 will need to repay the equivalent in wage subsidy amounts received for any qualifying period starting after June 5th, 2021, and until the end of the wage subsidy program. When COVID-19 struck, our government needed to step up quickly, decisively, to prevent Canadian families and Canadian businesses from falling off an economic cliff. And along with programs like the CERB, the wage subsidy is a prime example of how we prevented this from happening. It is also a prime example of how our government will continue to do whatever it takes for as long as it takes to help Canadians through this bleak time. In order to bridge Canadians through the third wave of this crisis and into the recovery, and to give workers and employers certainty and stability over the coming months, Budget 2021 proposes to extend the wage subsidy until September 25th, 2021. So until we are through this, Madame la Présidente, we will continue to do what we must to prevent permanent economic damage to Canadians and our economy, and to invest in ways that will allow us to come back strong after COVID-19. Thank you, Madame la Présidente, for the opportunity to make this clear.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, Madam Speaker, that response was absolutely outrageous. How am I supposed to go back to the guys on the picket line at CESCO and tell them that that's the response? That's the response when I said that there is a problem with the program. I have raised it time and time again. So I guess the government is not going to fix this issue. And CESCO is not the only company that is taking money from the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy and using these funds to avoid collective bargaining. According to their own financial statements, Foremost Income Fund, an industrial manufacturing company, took $8.9 million in federal COVID fund and another million so far in 2021. And they are not using these funds to pay their workers. They are demanding that their workers take a 10% pay cut. So things must be rough for the company. No, they're not. In fact, at the same time that they took that, they paid $7.1 million in dividends to shareholders and increased executive pay. Will the government finally...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government needed to step up quickly and decisively to prevent Canadians and families and Canadian businesses from falling off an economic cliff when COVID-19 struck. We needed to encourage employers impacted by the pandemic to retain and rehire employees by delivering assistance as quickly as practical and as possible. To achieve this and ensure that the wage subsidy would be targeted to those in need, we required that employers experienced a decrease in revenue in order to qualify, but otherwise kept conditions to a minimum. Madam Speaker, as a result, well over 5 million Canadian employees have had their jobs supported through the wage subsidy, with well over $76 billion paid out in wage subsidies as of April 25th, 2021. Thank you, Madame la Présidente. Bonsoir.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Merci, Madame la Présidente. Madam Speaker, for months, I have been begging this government for a plan for the airline sector on behalf of the tens of thousands of workers who have found themselves without employment during this critical time of the pandemic. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, my pleas have fallen upon deaf ears as we see simply a piecemeal approach from this government, little bits at a time. Nothing sector specific, Madam Speaker. Bits and pieces here and there, and very insulting to the entire sector. Re-announcements, one after the other. Madam Speaker, this third wave has been heavy on Canadians from coast to coast to coast. I will tell you, Madam Speaker, that the thought of a one-dose summer does not instill jubilation in the citizens of this nation. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, it is the government of the day that has put Canadians in this place. With the lack of rapid testing, the lack of use of therapeutics, and worst of all, the horrible procurement strategy of this government, which has been shown time and time again. We pushed in our March 18th Opposition Day motion to have a restart plan, to use public health tools such as rapid tests, shared data on how COVID-19 spreads and vaccines, that we have not been positioned with permanent solutions to replace COVID-19 restrictions placed by the federal government, including in areas of federal competency, such as air travel and border restrictions. That the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom have both released public plans for economic reopening, while Canadian officials have not yet given clarity on public plans for economic reopening. So, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, this has not happened in Canada. But the world, Madam Speaker, the world can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and the world is opening up again. Other governments, such as the provincial government of Saskatchewan, have laid out clear restart plans. But for the airline sector, this has not happened. However, Madam Speaker, we have seen this in the U.S. Forbes has announced that the U.S. has seen an incredible increase in air travel as a result of government stimulus. And most well known, Madam Speaker, is the May 10th announcement of the United Kingdom that starting on May 17th, the UK citizens will once again have access to the world, leaving Canada behind. Madam Speaker, Perrin Beatty and the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, have spoken that the federal government in regards to travel should publish clear health metrics that will be the milestones for rolling back border restrictions under a risk-based framework rather than sweeping measures, and that the government should allow higher risk inbound international travelers to quarantine for a shorter period if 2 negative COVID test results can be confirmed. So restart is on the horizon for many other nations, Madam Speaker, but not in Canada. The federal government should use positive incentives, such as an elimination, reduction in quarantine, and or test release approach as a means to encourage vaccine uptake. Madam Speaker, the rest of the world is opening up, has a restart plan for their aviation sector. Canada does not, and as such lags behind. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for a question regarding a very important economic sector, the Canadian air sector. As well known by now, our historic announcement regarding financial assistance for Air Canada is only one part of support measures that we have been pursued for the Canadian air sector. The air sector has also been able to benefit from broad economic support measures, including $2.1 billion in wage subsidy payments. In addition, on May 11th, the government announced the details of 2 new funding programs for airport, the Airport Critical Infrastructure Program and the Airport Relief Fund, which were originally introduced in the Fall Economic Statement last November. It is also announced increased funding to the existing Airport Capital Assistance Program. Together, we are providing over $740 million in new funding to Canadian airports. As noted during our Air Canada announcement, we also remain well engaged with other carriers, such as WestJet, regarding financial assistance that would be subject to similar conditions as those imposed on Air Canada. In fact, on April 29, 2021, the government announced it will provide loan financing to Transat in the amount of $700 million. This agreement includes the commitment to refund vouchers and also retain existing employees and their benefits. Madam Speaker, through our efforts, we are securing important benefits for Canadians that include protecting jobs, providing refunds for flights canceled due to COVID-19, restoring regional routes, and maintaining Canadian aerospace businesses. In addition, Budget 2021 included important investments to support safe air travel that will help limit transmission of COVID-19 and protect travelers, thereby building confidence as Canadians prepare to safely travel again. Madam Speaker, these measures will position our sector for recovery and growth, which will be good for employment and have a positive impact for other sectors of the economy. Although challenges remain, recent weeks have seen good news for the air sector, and we will remain engaged to support rebuilding the sector to provide good jobs and serve all Canadian travelers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, Madam Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary talks about supports that were needed a year ago. They're a year too late. Canada has moved on. The rest of the world has moved on. The airline sector wants to move on to a restart plan. And Madam Speaker, I will close with a quote from Mike McNaney, the President and CEO of the National Airlines Council of Canada, regarding the airport's announcement this week. Today's announcement provides further details on programs that were announced last year, so a re-announcement like I mentioned, and provides support that is required as the sector continues to reel from the impact of the pandemic. Further action will be required, following the example of other countries, such as the United Kingdom, as vaccination rates continue to increase rapidly in Canada. The most effective step that the government can take is to work with the sector to develop and launch a clear recovery plan for aviation and travel. That's what's needed now, Madam Speaker, a restart plan. The financial is too late. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On top of broad economic support measures that have benefited air transport, our government has undertaken a series of measures to specifically support the air sector and facilitate recovery and growth. The launch of our new air program, combined with our assistance deals with Air Canada and Transat, are a part of a series of actions that I've undertaken over the past year that demonstrates their continued commitment for Canada's air sector. Madam Speaker, we remain engaged with other carriers regarding financial assistance, and I believe the benchmark agreement with Air Canada will be an important watershed moment for reinvigorating our air sector that will help operators begin to overcome challenges and get back to employment and serving Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.